All right. I've let Lake City and Huntsville and Port Charlotte know. A coffin ball, that's my suggestion for a poll question.
And then he ran off like a little baby and didn't do post-match interviews.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, it is interesting. You saw Bryson after Xander. They saw a great picture of Xander and Bryson when he went over and embraced him after he won, congratulated him, and there's Rory running to his van, not doing any interviews.
I'm sorry. Did Greg Norman ever not show up at the presser? Did Greg Norman blow a 6-shot lead on Sunday at the Masters? And did he avoid the questions? Phil finished second 6 times. Shall we talk 2006 in Wingfoot? What did Phil do?
I remember he went to the microphone like he always did, David.
Yes. And said, I'm an idiot. Because as of tomorrow, Coffin Ball, there's going to be a deal announced between the PGA Tour and LIV. It's all big one happy family. I guess one was 2.5 and one was 3 feet 9 inches.
That was the distance of the 2 putts he missed?
Supposedly, that whole computer thing. 2.5 feet and 3 feet 9 inches. Trent did make it. He didn't make it to Nashville Friday. He stopped at Kennesaw at around 9 o'clock or so. But if you think about it, he was up at like 4:30 in the morning. So morning, everybody. EB, I did not.
All right, let's hope this works.
Well, thank you, Rudy. Good morning. What's it, noon there?
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Monday after Father's Day. Hope all of you dads had a great day and all of you had a great weekend. How the heck are you? We are Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Mark back in the house on this Monday. How was your golfing travels?
Travels were great. The golf course was beautiful. Met a lot of nice people. Michigan was wonderful. The play on our end was not all that stellar. We got whooped. But it's interesting, David. You know, I play in a member guest here.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, the average age of the country club member in Southwest Florida is, 104. Whereas at clubs up north and in other parts of the world, it's not so old.
Okay.
I was playing against kids. They hit it a long way. Holy Toledo.
And there was no T differential either, was there?
Oh, no.
No.
No,
You're
just
playing-
the Walmart between my tee shot and their tee shot. Yes.
Right. You're hitting,
A lot of long irons in my hand. That's all I know. It was a lot of
Right.
golf course. I had a lot of long irons in my hand, and they didn't.
Right. You're hitting a hard 5-iron, and they're trying to figure out, should I feather or 9 or bust this wedge?
That seemed about right. But it was nice to get up there. Like I said, the weather's beautiful. These events are always fun. Met a lot of nice people, so it was a good time. And got back yesterday just in time. I think Bryson was on about 12 when I landed. And,
so you landed at peak Rory then, because Rory's rolling in the birdie on
Right.
13 for
Right.
4 out of 5, and to momentarily take a 2-shot lead.
that's right. I mean, I saw Rory make that birdie to take the 2-shot lead, and then shortly thereafter, Bryson drives the green, makes a birdie, gets it back to with a 1. So
Right.
no, yeah, I was able to catch the back 9. Missed most of it because of the flight, but caught the back 9.
Well, I mean, maybe Rory can blame it on you, but then again, you love carnage. And so once you landed back where you consider quote unquote home, that's when, at least for Rory, the carnage began.
Boy, did it ever. Did it ever.
Now, how much of a big deal are we going to make out of the fact that he didn't stick around and face the music?
He's a baby. He's always been a baby. We've known this. I mean, let's just look at Rory here. He didn't, he stuck up for Monahan. That didn't work out for him. He started complaining to everybody, and I shouldn't have done this. He has made everything about Rory. When the moment is about Rory missing 2 putts, he takes off and leaves. He's a baby.
You hate to throw the C word around.
Why?
Well, no, because I think you have to be sure that you're not just throwing it around for clicks and for, incendiary value. Okay. But he was 479 for 479 this year, putts under 4 feet. And he missed 2.5 hours. I mean, it's nerves. At least one of them. I mean, the guy on the Golf Channel, the English correspondent, he was arguing that the first one was, whatever. Okay, he pulled it, just nerves, what have you. The second one, he thought he struck a good putt. He hit it right where he lined it up. He just didn't read enough break. And Bryson said, I think he was tentative. He didn't hit it hard enough. Or not Bryson, meaning
Brandel.
There you go. So, but I do think that when it was over, and this is what to me is the question of the day, when you think of the 2024 U.S. Open, are you going to think that Bryson won it with a legendary up and down, which is saying something because 25 years ago we had a legendary up and down on 18 at Pinehurst to win the U.S. Open? Or are you going to think of the guy who missed the 2 putts inside of 4 feet?
I'll give you my first answer is a little bit of both, David, because that up and down, that's the hardest shot in golf. 50-yard bunker shot is the hardest damn shot that there is in the game of golf. These guys who play for a living even agree with that. That's not me saying it. They think that's as hard of a shot as there is. did a long bunker shot.
I think they had it at 55 yards.
Okay.
Is what they were talking about. And that, DeChambeau laughed and said, well, my longer wedges, you guys have, he goes, it's a good thing I had them. I needed that extra 5 yards. And he said it also worked out perfectly. I could hit it a little fat, land it on the down slope, let it run up. All right. He credited his caddy, by the way, because his first thought was, blank. And his caddy was like, dude, I've seen you do this many times. We got this. Okay. Seriously, you'll chunk it out of there, run it up, make a putt. Okay. And Bryson was like, oh, okay. If you say so. Now, the correspondent on the Golf Channel was also saying how much he didn't think DeChambeau would have gotten up and down if Rory had made the putt on 18. That if DeChambeau had to get up and down for the playoff, okay, he thought that basically Bryson wouldn't have been able to pull off that shot under that kind of pressure. But that since he could make bogey and still make the playoff, he didn't think it was as pressured a situation as maybe some would think.
Well, that's his opinion. I think it's a hell of a lot of pressure. I think if it would have been the other way around and it would have been Rory, we would be singing the praises of Rory McIlroy because the golf media loves him. Rory can do no wrong. He is their darling. They stick up for him whenever they can. And if the shoe would have been on the other foot, they would have phrased it completely differently. Bryson was public enemy number one. They like to take every shot they can at Live Golf.
Yeah, it's funny though. Bryson said he felt the love. He goes, I definitely heard the Rory chants. He goes, but I also heard, Bryson. I heard USA. He goes, which I got a chuckle out of. He goes, all of a sudden the Ryder Cup broke out. All right. But Bryson said he felt the love. And he loved the fact that the crowd was reacting to Rory the way it did. Bryson said, I want to know. I look at scoreboards. I wanted to know. And I could tell by the roars or the moans exactly what he was doing ahead of me.
And the crowd has turned. And Bryson gets a lot more love from the crowd, but he doesn't get it from the golf media.
Oh, no. No, although, boy, did he get it last night. Whoo-wee.
Well, they had to figure out when they flipped the switch. He won.
Well, and not only that, apparently tomorrow there's going to be some sort of an announcement talking about the golf world coming together again.
Kumbaya, everybody.
Well, you were busy golfing, so I don't know how much Golf Channel you watched this last 4 or 5 days, but if you don't think there's something in the air, all right, Brandel Chambly was talking about some of the greatest showmen in the history of golf. And this name came out of his mouth, Phil Mickelson. I almost fell out of bed. He put Phil Mickelson in the same sentence with Tiger Woods in terms of entertainers and showmen. I'm like, oh, we know this thing is over. The war is over. They just haven't signed the papers yet. And what can the golf media do but love up on Bryson? There wasn't a Rory to talk to.
It's beyond a bad look. And I know, there's a lot of our listeners that don't like Bryson. A lot of them.
Yeah.
Bryson, after he lost at the PGA, was right there, shaking Schauffele's hand, congratulating him, answering all the questions, doing all the right things. Where was Rory yesterday? Rory ran home to get his blankie.
Been an emotional week for the guy. He pulled the divorce back. Okay, gave it his all. The U.S. Open. He was a half an hour away from a legendary 67 on Sunday and a one-shot win at Pinehurst. The 10-year drought being over. Major number 5. U.S. Open number 2. Did you see the stat, the list that DeChambeau is on? Golfers who have won the U.S. Amateur and 2 or more U.S. Opens. There are 4 guys on the list. And obviously, the 4th joined yesterday. Do you know who the other 3 are?
Tiger and Jack.
And Bobby Jones.
Okay.
Can you imagine playing golf and being on a list that includes probably 3 of the 4 guys at the Mount Rushmore at golf? It's wait, me? He's 30, by the way. I mean, in theory, there's still a little more game left there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He was, I mean, that's an up and down for the ages. I'm sorry. A 55-yard bunker shot to hit that shot at that time. And the rest, they say, is history. But that shot just floored me because I know how difficult those shots are.
Bryson in the majors this year, 6th, 2nd, and 1st. That's not bad. That'll play on the first page of the leaderboard in all 3 majors. He credited, by the way, the media afterwards were like, hey, your newfound popularity. He goes, YouTube. He goes, I really think it's helped me.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt that this. Listened to a little Golf Channel yesterday morning, and the one guy said Liv's actually made him more popular. Of all the players didn't work out that way, but for him, with the extra time and the YouTube channel and the things he's done, it's helped his popularity.
I don't know if Liv has. I just think he is taking advantage of the Liv schedule. All right. And it also shows the power of social media going away from the traditional golf media and how it's worked for him. Miller and Moulton. The starting 5 is 25 minutes away. Thanks for joining us. MillerandMoulton.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-
Feeney, by the way, it should be reconnected. All right. When we get back on the air, if you give it a listen, let us know.
Yeah, I'll have no starting 5 stuff.
Okay. Spitz, the arguments actually were Thursday. They're expected to decide something today. Yeah, all of a sudden, midway through the third round, Lexi Thompson decided to start playing golf again.
Yeah, the course I played had their pro-am for that event because that course can't handle the course that they play the tournament at can't handle the pro-am.
Okay.
But I have the pro-am at the course that I played on Monday and Tuesday.
Oh, wow.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Mark is back after a couple of days away. By the way, just letting everybody know, we will not do a show on Friday, at least not a live show. We'll have a best of show on Friday. Miller and Moulton both have things we have to do of a personal nature. And so a best of Miller and Moulton this Friday, and we will be off the first week of July. Best of shows for most of that week. I am going to disagree with what I think is the consensus at this moment in time, Mark. And tell me if I'm wrong, that the consensus at this moment in time is Rory will never get over this. He will never recover. Rory will never win another major. Don't even know if he comes close.
Oh, he'll come close. He loves to come close.
Got to remember, for the longest time, he wasn't coming close. But this is 3 second-place finishes in the last, 8 to 10 majors. You know, he had the Open Championship 2 years ago. That was his for the taking. Now, granted, Cam Smith did throw a 64 on the board on the old course on Sunday. He did. But, I mean, if Rory had shot like a 70, he wins. But Rory played lousy and finished second. 1 shot back, tied for second. Last year, got to admit, Mark, how many golfers have played back-to-back U.S. Opens and shot 14 under par total and don't have a trophy to go home with? I mean, Rory was 9 under last year at LA Country Club, 1 shot back, and 5 under this year at Pinehurst and 1 shot back. This is the 4th U.S. Open at Pinehurst. 500 wins 2 of the previous 3.
It does. It does.
But here's why I say, guys, first off, athletes put a lot of things behind them. They do. And I know golf, tennis, individual sport, mental game. Okay. Phil Mickelson finished second 6 times in the U.S. Open. 6 times. In 2013, he has the lead on the back 9 on Sunday. He's 43 years old. He's got to be thinking, this is probably my last shot to win this sucker. Phil falters. All right. Justin Rose, I believe, wins. Yeah, Phil was devastated. 5 weeks later, he won the Open Championship.
Let me ask you, when he was devastated after the round, did he run off to his van and leave, or did he stay and face the music?
Oh, no, he stayed and faced the music.
Okay, I was just checking.
No. Greg Norman collapsed a Sunday at Augusta.
Yep.
And stayed and faced the music. All those times, Robert Gomez holds it out from the fairway. All right. Bob Tway from the bunker. Larry Mize from off the 11th green. Oh, no. Greg Norman stayed. Greg Norman answered all the questions. Greg Norman bogeyed 18 so Jack could win his 6th. Oh, yeah. Greg answered all the questions. Greg got routed by Fuzzy at the U.S. Open playoff in 84. Oh, no, you can say there are those that want to say a lot of things about Greg Norman. Greg Norman always faced the music.
Phil Mickelson always faced the music.
He did. He did. Second 6 times at the U.S. Open. Was almost 34 years old when he won his first major, which I believe is the age that Rory is now. I mean, yeah. Now, to a lot of people, though, Mark, they don't care about that. They don't. And the funny thing is, the media is going to give him the pass, even though he's
totally because they love him.
Right.
If Bryson would have done, if the shoe was on the other foot, the attacks on Bryson DeChambeau would be relentless.
I was surprised it wasn't brought up. At least I watched a good 90 minutes of post game last night on the Golf Channel. A good 90 minutes. Wasn't brought up once. They said he left 6 minutes after Bryson made the 4-footer to win, but there was no commentary whatsoever about him getting in the Lexus van and leaving. It was a nice advertisement for Lexus, though. The back of the van, the hood, it said right there in big block letters. Couldn't miss it. Took them a little while to back out. I mean, it was great advertisement.
Would it have been better advertisement if the winner would have been in that van?
Well, I actually think when he eventually, and I think rumor has it Bryson left the course about an hour ago. Did you see what he did? He's hanging around. Okay, he does all the media on the course. All right, he poses for pictures in the sand trap with the U.S. Open trophy. He puts some sand in the trophy. All right, he's posing for pictures. He's high-fiving. He's signing autographs. He goes in. He does the tent media. He comes back out. There's still people he's signing. And then, who is it, Johnson Wagner?
Yeah.
Is he the Golf Channel guy?
Yes.
So he's in the darkness. He's trying to recreate Bryson's bunker shot. So who shows up while he's live on the Golf Channel trying to recreate a shot? DeChambeau with the trophy and goes, no, buddy, it was right over here. Take a step to your right. It was right there. That's where I hit it from. Oh, okay. He bladed the first one over the green. Okay. And then Bryson said, dude, okay, just hit it a little fat, chunk it up there. Okay. It'll run. You'll be fine. And apparently he nearly holed it. Apparently he hit it to like 6 inches. And Bryson's high-fiving him. handed him the trophy and said, "Here, you won."
I will say the USGA allowing Johnson Wagner to get because they did it before the round. He was over walking some of the hard holes and putting the ball and showing where people will be hitting some chips. I mean, could you imagine that happening at Augusta? No.
No.
I thought that was really some cool insight because I was up early every day, and that's when I watched a lot of Golf Channel. I'm trying to catch up on what I missed from the night before, and I thought that was great insight.
I mean, I will say when I worked those handful of U.S. Opens with Fox, they allowed us the morning of, you had to get out ahead of any, of the groups and what have you, but you could with the new pin placements and what have you, and we taped some stuff. And yeah, in that way, and the USGA does not have a sense of humor about a lot of things, but they were actually pretty cool with that.
Just thought it was access that you don't normally get, and particularly on a course that played the way Pinehurst does.
Yesterday was so good that I was so disgusted with this tournament. I turned it off late Friday. I was so angry at the course. I thought the course had been tricked up and it turned into crap. Okay. I was tired of people chipping it pin high, having the ball stop 4 feet from the hole pin high, and then roll 40 yards off the green. And I'm like, this is a joke. I was disgusted. I'm like, I'm not watching. I did not watch the U.S. Open on Saturday. That's how fed up I was with the course. I thought it was tricked up. I thought it was garbage. I don't know. I didn't see a lot of tricked up garbage yesterday.
Sunday reeled you back in.
It was hard. It was challenging. And I don't know if they soaked the out of those greens or what. But by Friday afternoon, I thought, man, this course is gone. This is going to be a joke. I don't know. Pretty damn good golf on Sunday.
Terrific golf. A lot of guys able to make birdies on different holes. It wasn't just the par fives. There were shots there to be made, and guys executed. And then guys fell apart.
And credit for the USGA for having a drivable par 4 on Sunday, moving the tees up so they put that in play. Good job by them. Miller and Moulton. The starting 5 is next. Thanks for waking up with us on this Monday, Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12%
Yeah, I know. Molinari acing his 36th hole to make the cut on the number was ridiculous. You know, it's also ridiculous how he's fallen off the map. He blew that 2019 Masters outside of the Ryder Cup. I don't know if we've heard from him. Yeah, Sonny, didn't he start out at like James Madison before transferring? Yeah, I think didn't he finish runner-up last year? They get to join in a health club, offering $10 a month for however long I want to be a member.
Why don't you just send me the $10?
It's like right around the corner from my house.
Uh-huh.
It's like a mile and a half. Go down, make a left. But that's what I figured. I figured if I spent $10, that that'll be, hey, come on, Moulton, get off your fat duff. I'm thinking about it.
Keep me posted.
Can't tell my wife because her reaction would be even more visceral than yours. Yours is just, why don't you just go and, make it rain? I got to admit, I had the volume off. I will say this. If you couldn't do a good job with the way yesterday played out, then whoever was announcing, they got to go. So I just had the closed captioning on. I don't know about changes, but I think he sucks it up and, he doesn't quit trying.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the top of the hour. Happy Monday to you, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I say we get right to it. It was an eventful weekend. There was more than just the U.S. Open. So if you missed it, well, then that's what we have this segment for. It's called the
Computer's not working, as I mentioned earlier.
Right, you did.
But that was a great buildup for that. Hold on, David. The starting five. 5 stories you needed to know or didn't need to know, but you're going to know them anyhow now, thanks to David Moulton.
For the record, ladies and gentlemen, Mark did tell me it wasn't working. Here's the problem. There were other things that were also not working, and those other things were corrected. So I made the assumption that the computer then also was fixed along with those other things.
It's actually fixed. I have it up. It's a long story, David. It's just
Well,
it's not there.
It's the 8-track machine. You got to, turn it off, turn it on, pound it on the side. It's not ready yet. So, all right. We'll start with the U.S. Open, however. Bryson DeChambeau wins his second, getting up and down from 55 yards out of a bunker to edge Rory McIlroy by 1. It's the second year in a row that Rory finishes second at the U.S. Open. Rory had not missed a putt all year. All year. Reportedly 479 for 479. He missed 2 on the final 3 holes. Computer said it was a 2.5-foot putt on 16 and a 3-foot 9-inch putt on 18. I don't know, because of the angle, I actually thought that the putt on 18 looked shorter. But anyway, so Rory bogeys 3 of the last 4 holes after birdieing 4 out of 5 to have, for the moment, a 2-shot lead. DeChambeau at 6 under, Rory at 5 under. Patrick Cantlay and Tony Finau both finished 2 shots back. How about Finau? Birdie in 18 to post 4 under. Which, at the time, you're like, oh, that's cute. And then all of a sudden, both Rory and DeChambeau bogey 16, and you're like, how close are they going to get to 4? There were 8 golfers, Mark, who ended up under par. So, you judge a course by final scores, by leaderboard, and they had played 3 previous U.S. Opens at Pinehurst, and there had only been 4 golfers finish under par. Payne Stewart won at 1 under, and then in the 2014 U.S. Open, the 2 who finished in second finished at 1 under, and Keimer was 9 under. So there had been 4 golfers in 3 previous U.S. Opens who finished under par. There were 8 who finished under par this week. One of them was not Scotty Scheffler. In fact, he shot 4 rounds over par. Finished at 8 over, tied for 41st. Tiger missed the cut. And I will say, faced a couple of questions post-match Friday that I'll bet he wasn't crazy about. Like, one of them was, how many more of these you going to play in? And it was asked basically like, come on. I mean, seriously? How much longer are you going to keep doing this? I was like, whoa, good for you. All righty then. So anyway, LPGA Tour was in Michigan, Mark, and it was a really good tournament. And I think second-ranked golfer in the world, Lilia Vu, won it. She birdied the 3rd playoff hole to beat Lexi Thompson and Grace Kim in the Meyer Classic. That's a grocery store chain, right?
It is. It's
Michigan's Publix.
No, I would say it's more like Michigan's Walmart because they have everything at Meyer.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay. Both teams who were in position over the weekend to win championships got blown out. First, the Celtics Friday night got blown out in Dallas. By the way, why was Game 5 not last night? Sunday night? Really? You're conceding the night to the Tonys? Now, I love Broadway, but still, you conceded the night to the Tony Awards? Very surprised about that. So Game 5 is tonight in Boston. Celtics looking for title number 18. Did you catch Bob Cousy's comments over the weekend?
That I missed.
Hey, Bob Cousy basically said, listen, I got 1 foot in the grave. I want 1 more before I go, okay? Okay, boys, get the job done. Meanwhile, speaking of boys, Florida, who was a no-show in Game 4 against Edmonton, so much so that Edmonton won 8-1 if you missed it Saturday night. Game 5 for the Panthers and the Oilers tomorrow night at sunrise. Both games on ABC. By the way, Celtics 6.5-point favorites tonight. What do you think?
I've had such a bad vibe betting this series that I would fade whatever Miller says here.
Okay.
But I would lay the points.
Okay. I'm just going to throw this out there for what it's worth. No dog has covered a game in this series. I shouldn't say that. No team that's won, okay, hasn't covered, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Because like in game 2, the Celtics were 6.5-point favorites. They won by 7. In game 3, actually, Dallas was the favorite, but Boston won, so obviously they covered. So anyway, you get the idea. The winner covers. Okay, all 4 games in this series so far. 8:30 tonight, Celtics by 6.5. All right, baseball. A lot went on over the last 72 hours. The Rays salvaged one of the 3 in Atlanta. Jose Siri with a 2-run shot in the 9th to win it 8-6. Marlins got swept in Washington. The Nats are a game away from being 500. 3-1 the final. World Series preview in Baltimore this weekend? Maybe. Orioles took 2 out of 3. Phillies won Friday night in extras. Orioles won Saturday and Sunday. They had 4 homers off Zach Wheeler. They bombed Nola and Wheeler for what it's worth. 8-3 Orioles over the Phillies. Red Sox 9-3 over the Yankees. Mark, very quietly last week and weekend, the Red Sox took 2 of 3 from the Phillies and 2 of 3 from the Yankees. They also stole 47 bases last night. Officially, it was 9, but I believe they're still running. 9-3 Red Sox over the Yankees, who look as if they're getting Garrett Cole back this week. He's had 3 rehab starts. They've all been really good. Looks as if they're getting them back this week. By the way, Orioles-Yankees beginning tomorrow. 3-game set in Baltimore. Huh? Not bad. This just in. Seattle swept Texas. The big showdown series in Seattle. Top 2 teams in the AL West. Yeah, Mariners have won 7 of 8. Their lead is the biggest in baseball at 8.5 games over the Rangers. 5-0 the final. Good news for the Dodgers. Ohtani, who's really struggled in June, hit 2 homers. Bad news, Mookie Betts got hit by a pitch and broke his left hand. Yeah, might have won the MVP if they voted on it yesterday in the National League. So he's going to be out a while, needless to say. Dodgers took 2 or 3 from the Royals, beat them 3-0. Toronto got a Varsho grand slam, Dalton Varsho that is, 7-6 Blue Jays over the Guardians. Mark, good thing we were unaware and didn't play it because our system didn't work yesterday. Twins and A's played a doubleheader, and the Twins with the sweep. In fact, the Twins with a 4-game series sweep. We would have lost a lot of money. We would have bet the A's in the nightcap, and we would have said, come on, they're going to lose 4 games in 3 days. Yeah, 6-2, 8-7 Twins. Twins now just 5.5 back of the Guardians. Mets have won 5 in a row. They swept the Padres 11-6. Pete Alonso with a homer and 5 RBIs. Milwaukee took 2 or 3 from our Reds, Mark. Their lead is 6.5 over the Cardinals, 5-4 the final for Milwaukee. They threw out the tying run at the plate in the 9th to save the win. Speaking of the Cardinals, they took 2 out of 3 from the Cubs. Beat them 2-1. The Cardinals are at 500. They'd be in the playoffs today. Pirates 8-2 over Colorado thanks to a 5-run 6th. Houston, remember that Romel Blanco guy who threw the no-hitter early in the season?
Yeah.
Yeah, he threw 7 no-hit innings yesterday, 94 pitches.
Well, didn't his second start, didn't he go 7 in that one after throwing the no-hitter? Didn't he take a no-hitter late into that game, too? It's like his third late run of a no-hitter so far this year.
But 94 pitches, so they took him out. And he said, I'm okay with it because I wasn't going to finish anyway. And 4-1 Astros over the Tigers. 13-6 Giants over the Angels. San Fran with 9 in the 4th. And Arizona with 6 in the 4th. Beat the White Sox 12-5. College baseball. Did you see the heartbreaker for Florida State Friday night? 3-run lead in the 9th over number 1 Tennessee. Vols go 4 in the 9th to win. Tennessee also won in the winner's bracket yesterday, 6-1 over North Carolina, but Florida State stayed alive. They beat Virginia, eliminated Virginia 7-3. So on Tuesday, Florida State and North Carolina are going to play. Winner's going to play Tennessee to see who comes out of that side of the bracket. By the way, Gators lost their opener on Saturday. They face elimination 2 o'clock today against NC State. A&M and Kentucky are in the winner side of that bracket. Mark, this is for you. The UFL championship yesterday.
Been waiting for this.
27,396 on hand in St. Louis. Tom Brady presented the championship trophy. Wow.
After the roast, there's really nothing he won't do, David.
Third straight spring football league title for the Birmingham Stallions. First 2 in the USFL, this one in the UFL. They shut out San Antonio, the Brahmas, 25-0. That's Skip Holtz over Wade Phillips if you're playing at home. NASCAR prime time in Iowa, first ever race in Iowa. Ryan Blaney led over 200 of the 350 laps. He won it, his first win of the year, so he's in the playoff. That's after he had the lead the week before and ran out of gas on the final lap. William Byron second, Chase Elliott third. Ross Chastain finished 11th. He's 10th in the standings, needs a win. And Martin Truex Jr. announced he's retiring at the end of the year, and he finished 15th. Finally, there's 2 things. WNBA, Caitlin Clark, maybe her best game so far. I know she had 30 and a win over Washington, but she had 23 points, 9 assists, 8 rebounds for the Fever. And they beat Angel Reese and the Chicago Sky 91-83. Technically, they're the 8th seed. They'd be in the playoffs if they started today. I mean, they're 5-10, but whatever. They've won 2 in a row for the first time. And the Supreme Court today, Mark, is expected to say something, make a ruling, decide something about the whole Florida gaming compact. They heard arguments, not official arguments, but discussion. Isn't that what they heard officially?
Yes,
it was a
discussion. Discussion was on Thursday.
On Thursday, there was a discussion, and the court is expected. They've got 3 options today, one of which is to say, proceed as is. One is to say, I think we're going to hear this case next year. And they could, in the rarest of circumstances, actually go, yeah, this is totally messed up. And they could reverse the decision and say it's final. All right. So at 9 minutes before the hour, that was
the starting 5. 5 stories that you now know and didn't earlier today.
I just wanted to get everybody up to date on baseball. What's going on, okay? Because the basketball and the hockey's ending this week. Hell, could end in the next 36 hours. So just want to get everybody up to date. What's going on, okay? I'll tell you what, we don't have many good division races.
No, but the wild card races should be. I mean, you got Boston that's hanging around now in the wild cards, couple games over 500. They're playing great baseball.
Only 3 back of the Twins, actually, for the final playoff spot in the American League. Yes, Mark. Mm-hmm.
So a lot of teams, once again, in the wild card hunt, and some interesting teams that you've got Boston who's playing a little over their skis right now. How long can they keep doing that?
And will they actually make a deal to help themselves between now and the trade deadline, which is July 30th? So that's all. Just, little Yankees-Orioles series are tied in the loss column beginning tomorrow in Baltimore. That looks like that could be, what do we have? Dodgers up by 8, Phillies up by 8, Seattle up by 8.5, Cleveland's up by 5, I think, over Kansas City. Milwaukee's up by 6.5? We got one race right now for the division title.
And at least it's in the money division, David. If you only could have one, I think we'd want it to be in the AL East.
Well, I agree. Get the Yankees involved. That'll get a little publicity. So Orioles are losing pitchers left and right to the IL. They're going to trade any of their top-rated farm system in baseball to get an arm or two. We'll see. What good's a farm system if you don't use it?
Hot prospects.
Oh, nothing hotter, Mark.
Hang on to them, whatever you do. Don't trade him for a proven player that can win you a division and maybe even a World Series. Hang on to those prospects.
It'd be like the Florida Panthers not trading away draft picks for the 17 star players they have. Hold on to those 3rd and 4th round picks.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond,
Yeah, the WNBA is on like 6 different channels. Do we have a poll question?
No, I can put one up right now.
I think it was DC. I think, what was it, noon yesterday? I think it was CBS's first telecast of the year. Oh, CBS. And I'm wondering if it's also on Sports Network then.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. A belated happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. So, my daughter came over, gave me a gag gift, and then, gave me a drawing from the granddaughter,
A
who's,
gag gift and some scribbles, huh?
yes, and put it in a frozen bag, one of those gift bags. Yeah. I said, "What?" She's like, "Oh no, please, it's for you, Dad." I'm like, "Wow, you're really you're having a lot of fun with this Father's Day thing here, man."
Well, at least I will say my son is an adult now. I got a
Uh-huh.
phone call and a text from him. I mean, he went
Whoa!
all out this year.
Wow, you're really rating these days.
Yep. I got the text, and then he called. He goes, "I didn't think a text was enough."
Wow.
No gift though, not even a gag gift. No card.
Well, although I mean, come on now. If he's your son, he's been paying attention. There's a part of you that's infuriated when you spend the $4 to $6 on the Hallmark card. You do think that's a complete waste.
No. I have no problem with it. My wife gets upset when he doesn't send cards because she's a card sender.
I was going to say, and all of our excuses, and your wife should know this by now, okay? Because you send the cards for everyone. We don't have to.
But my daughter was awesome. She made like a sign. When they picked me up at the airport, they had a sign, "Happy Father's Day," and she went all out, and that was really cute. But what I didn't realize is she not only did the sign, she decorated the inside of my car, which I found out this morning at around 5:15 when I was taking the coffee out to the automobile, and had stringers and stuff everywhere.
Nothing like stuff at 5:15 a.m., right?
You got that right.
Surprised it didn't tip you off. Surprised it didn't say, "Hey, why don't you go check out your car?"
Yeah, I am too. But that was about, then a nice little gift for my daughter and my wife. No gag gift, actual gift. So good Father's Day.
I had a couple hours in the pool yesterday, just about an hour and a half by myself, 45 minutes with daughter and granddaughter. By the way, is there community pool etiquette? Because there was this family of 7, very nice family, 3 generations represented, grandparents, parents, okay, grandkids, okay, grandkids, 3 of them, different ages, okay, very nice people, okay, having a nice time. But there's one shallow end, okay, with the steps and what have you, and they were all over it. nowhere for the 2-year-old to go. Okay, they commandeered the whole thing. I mean, there was not a square inch. You could not enter the pool via the shallow end. And there were no other steps to get in the pool. The only other way in the pool is to dive in. I'm just wondering, is that a violation of community pool etiquette?
It seems to be borderline. If it was just you, I would have said Moulton just cannonball, splash all of them, call it a day. But
Right.
when you're blocking the grandkid
Right.
from getting pool time, pay a little attention.
Now, obviously, we got her pool time. We walked like midway down the pool. It's about 5 feet of water, and she had to jump in, though. It's like, hey, you got to jump in. If we're going to we'll hold you, swim in, but you got to jump in. I was just wondering, is there community pool etiquette?
Well, I mean, it depends where you are. I know that, for most people, it's just not peeing in the pool.
Well, it's literally two people.
For others, it's putting your hand on your head when you are peeing in the pool to let everybody know. They shouldn't come around you at that point.
That's literally what the first comments are in the Twitch chat room. Only etiquette I know is, okay. I'm not sorry I brought it up, but maybe a little. So Miller and Moulton. All right. I'm going to ask you the question again. At some point in time, it's going to be up in the form of a poll question. But basically, when you think of the 2024 U.S. Golf Open, are you thinking, wow, what a win by Bryson? Or are you thinking, Rory blew it?
I am so torn on this because I am so impressed with Bryson's up and down. But can you give me that stat again for the year of Rory on putts under 4 feet?
All right. I got it from Chambly, okay, on the post game on the Golf Channel. And I might be off by like 3 or what have you. But I thought he said Rory was 479 for 479 with putts under 4 feet.
And he misses 2.
And he missed 2 of his last 3.
Right.
Which, you got to remember, in the middle, though, he made a tough putt. I mean, that was a tough up and down on 17. I mean, it is interesting. He birdies 4 out of 5, and then basically he plays 5 pretty skittish holes. He really didn't hit a good shot coming in. After he had the great stretch and he rolled in 3 terrific putts. That's the other thing, Mark. If you can remember last year's U.S. Open, Rory couldn't make a thing. They added up the distance of the putts that he made on Sunday when he finished a shot back, and it added up to like 30 feet total. I mean, honestly, everything was a tap in. Why? Because he didn't make anything. Mark, he made 3 putts between 20 and 25 feet.
No, you're right.
Including a left to right, uphill, side bender. And even the commentators were saying nobody has made this putt all day. Boom! I mean, he was rolling it. And then all of a sudden, starts missing a couple fairways, missing some greens, misses.
Well,
two
that's
putts inside
the
4
thing, missing a
feet.
few fairways. When Rory is such a great driver of the golf ball.
Great driver. Did you see, by the way, DeChambeau's driving stats? I mean, one of those stats that, if you're analyzing golf, and it's true, you're top 10 in driving during the week. You just are. Nobody wins the U.S. Open without being top 10 in driving. Fairways, whatever, total driving, whatever. Did you see where DeChambeau ranked in total driving? 65th. Listen, people hate when announcers say this, but considering how many fairways he missed, do you know how lucky DeChambeau was with all the lies that he got on that course? When you miss, come on now. To be able to play as many to still be in play on all the holes that he wasn't in the fairway on.
And to hit some of the shots he hit. Was it 13 or 14 on Saturday that he hits the wedge out of the garbage to 6 feet?
Right.
I mean, you're right that he was fortunate to get a lot of breaks in the native area. But he executed great shots from there.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He was asked post match. He goes, "Hey, you know, what do you think's the key to you doing what you did?" And he said, "Well, it's funny because I'm such a stickler for, you know, there's the part of me that's so regimented." He goes, "And I get that." He goes, "But growing up, I was the guy who took 12 golf balls and just threw them all in bad lies and said, "Okay, go play it. Go hack it out from here. Make par." He goes, "So for as regimented as I am about a lot of my life," he goes, "there is a part to me as a golfer who's always been a, you know, make lemons out of lemonade kind of a guy." He didn't use lemons out of lemonade, but that's what he was saying. And so, that'll be our poll question in some way, shape, or form. Basically, when you think about what took place, did you think that Bryson won it or Rory lost it?
And I think at the end of the day, Bryson won it because getting up and down from that bunker, I believe that's the hardest shot that there is in golf. A 50-odd yard bunker shot. I don't think that there's a harder shot to hit in the game. And the fact that he executed it with that type of pressure and that type of situation to get up and down, that's what I'll remember is that up and down.
Bryson went to SMU, which is Payne Stewart's alma mater. It's why Bryson wore the cap that he wore the first 6 to 8 years of his career. He did it as an homage to Payne Stewart. His dad, who died a little more than a year and a half ago, was a huge Payne Stewart fan. Bryson has said if he has two golfers that he idolized, okay, they would be Payne Stewart and Tiger Woods. Those were his two. And Mark, here's the other thing. And if you want to limit it to golf, fine. But I would like to even expand it. All of sports. Can you name somebody who has improved their image more in the last year? And in Bryson's case, he did it while being on the LIV tour. And there is literally no one. You and I follow golf. You and I are into golf. You and I have been open-minded to some of what we think's actually benefits that the PGA Tour and the golfing world should take from LIV and go forward with. We like the idea of golf being a worldwide thing. Okay, we like the idea of golf not being so stuffy. We kept an open mind to LIV when most of you didn't. Okay, and that's right. And we took a lot of heat for it, for what it's worth.
A lot, and still do.
Okay, but is there any golfer, any of them, who went to LIV? We want to rattle off the list. I will say DJ for whatever has not hurt himself.
And I don't know if Koepka has. I think Koepka's kept the same.
Is it because he won a major and he contended in a couple others? So that people are like, well, you can still play?
I like Phil obviously is.
Right. Hurt him tremendously.
It's killed him.
The old Euros, it's hurt their image tremendously. The Poulters, the Westwoods, the Sergios, it's really hurt them. Bubba Watson has not benefited. I mean,
who?
Yeah. Two-time Masters champion, by the way.
Right.
Very likable story. Creative, fun game to watch play. Right. Pink driver. Yeah. Who? But I mean, seriously, who in sports has changed their image, reputation, the way Bryson DeChambeau has in the last year? Never mind doing it after going to the dark side.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you
Well, what?
The police released Synchronicity today, 41 years ago.
God, I love them. Yeah, what? Pavon and Oberg? The 2 Euros on the leaderboard? God, Irish football. I would like to think not, but now if he has a really good year this year, because I don't think they're going to strike a deal by mid-July, which is when they have to. Yeah, but he's also 24, Irish football. Dak's what, 30, 31? So the contract is for the future.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question today, is it up?
It's up.
So when you think of the U.S. Open golf tournament that just came and went, the 2024 U.S. Open, will you always think, man, great win by Bryson? Or will you think, whew, Rory blew it? And don't tell me both. You actually have to decide. This has to be at least 55-45, one way or the other. Come on now. Take a stand. What's the first thing you think of?
I say Bryson won it because of the up and down. And
Gotcha.
one of those 2 putts was very difficult. One of those putts had a lot of movement to it. The other one, he missed.
You mean Rory?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a bad miss on 16.
Yeah.
That was straight putt, 2.5 feet. Man, oh man. Got to make that. Got to make that. I agree. You know, the putt on 18, little left to right, had at least look like an entire hole's worth of break to it, at least. So, you know, it's tough when you got to play those putts inside of 4 feet outside the hole. Those are tough putts. They are. plus left to right. Most righty golfers prefer the putts if they're right to left. All right. So you're gonna cut him a little slack on 18.
I'm going to cut him a little slack on 18.
But not on 16.
None.
No, oof.
That's a miss, David.
That was a bad one.
That's nerves. That's, you don't want to use the C word. I'll use it. That's choking like a hairy dog on 16, David.
Well, it's certainly a big bad pull, I'll tell you that. But so Rory finished second year in a row, 10 years and counting. His major championship drought. He's only got one more shot at it this year, next month at the Open Championship. But back to DeChambeau. So 2 years ago, he makes the jump to LIV. His dad dies in November. And then last year, he gets hurt. He's got to have hand surgery. And his game is not good. And he's really nowhere to be found. I mean, last year was kind of like a John Rahm year this year, right? For Bryson?
Very much so. It's a great comparison, David.
Pretty much a lost year for DeChambeau. And you're looking and you're going, whew, another guy, yeah, he took the bag, but look what happened to him. We'll never hear from him again. And here's the other thing, Mark. He wasn't a popular guy when he left the tour.
No, he was unpopular. I mean, it's not that he wasn't a popular guy. He was unpopular. He was disliked.
Right? People took the side of Koepka against DeChambeau.
100%.
And there's a lot of people that don't like Koepka. Think he's an arrogant blank. Speaking of which, did you see what he did? Was it the first round? I think of the U.S. Open. Shot like 70 or 71, and he doesn't go to the media tent. He's a two-time U.S. Open champion, 5-time major winner, for goodness sake. All right. And so the media is like, hey, what's up with that? One of the guys texts him and is like, dude. And he goes, listen, you guys don't want to hear from me anyway. And you're going to write whatever you're going to write. So, and besides, I know all the questions. They're stupid. None of them are interesting to me anymore. Okay. So, and the guy says, well, do you mind if I text you some questions and use your answers? And Brooks goes, well, okay. And then the guy does it and sends out his answers for everybody else to use. Go, by the way, here's the text exchange I just had with Koepka. Okay. He said we can use it. Then Koepka sat down and did a thing, and I don't know if he did it after the first round or I just saw it for the first time after the first round, but I guess he read like people's tweets / posts of him, like angry tweets.
Right.
Okay. And he read what people have been saying about him, and he's howling. Okay. Howling. I hate you more than Patrick Reed. Okay. He nearly fell off the couch as he's reading it. He's laughing so hard. He goes, damn, And so anyway, I don't know. A couple of guys who, kind of had fun at their own expense this week. No one guy won.
And to me, obviously the social media was part of it, but at the PGA, when he started getting the crowd fired up and was embracing the crowd and the noise and all the things there and didn't win and handled himself with dignity in losing, I think that endeared him more to golf fans. Golf fan does not want to see Rory run off in his van and take off.
Are you sure golf fan has a big deal about that? Or is that the media guy in you? Or is it just that you and I are big in, and granted, it's because we've had to deal with people and you've done many a pre and post game and what have you. You and I are both big on if you're a talker, then you talk win or lose.
Win or lose.
If
you're somebody, can't just like the microphone in your face when things are going well. If that's It's disingenuous if you're not going to do it the other way as well, David. It just is.
Now, if you're not a talker, and I've said it to many people over the years, listen, if you don't want to deal with the media, don't. Seriously. Just be like, no, I'm good. I don't talk. I said, we have to respect that. That's consistent. That's all that we should ask as a member of the media. You don't do media? Okay. That's fine. But yes, Rory did not comment, for what it's worth, after the round yesterday. He left the ground 6 minutes after DeChambeau made the 4-footer to win. Somebody timed it and posted it. So there you go.
Sure, he flew home and slept in the spare bedroom and had a wonderful night.
No, they made up. Okay. He took the paperwork back and everything. They made up. I got to say, though, if I'm Rory, and this is where, tangent here, this whole elevated event crap, okay, because they got one of these this week.
Right.
These guys have to play in this or else they face a fine. And listen, Rory sat out one too many elevated events last year, got fined $3 million. This isn't the $50,000 fine of a multimillionaire. But I mean, if you're a Rory, do you really want to show up in Connecticut and play the Travelers?
Not one bit.
No,
I don't think they should have elevated events the week before or the week after majors.
Agreed. Because there's the Memorial was an elevated event.
Right.
Now you have the
Elevated
U.S.
event,
Open.
Open elevated event.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like it either. So, for what that's worth. But I'm trying to think of somebody. And I will say, some of this, I believe, is just the media and fans being gullible. I mean, Bryson DeChambeau was a bit of a horse's butt when he was on the PGA Tour. Some people liked him. Some more people than not didn't.
But we've talked about Scheffler doesn't move the needle. DeChambeau was slightly moving the needle when he was on the PGA Tour. When he played at Bay Hill several years ago and was trying to drive that par 5, people were into that, David.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's what it shows, though. It shows how much the PGA Tour is lacking in personality. That the golf fan is like, oh, please, just give me something. This Shoffley, Morikawa, Scheffler group, they're terrific ball strikers. They are. They're great golfers. Boring as hell. Can you give me something? Can somebody get excited when they make a 6-foot putt? Anybody? Miller and Moulton.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto
So I took a pretty big chance on my Southwest flight on the way down, David.
Okay.
Said it was a pretty full flight from here to Chicago, and then it was Chicago to Grand Rapids. And I get on the plane, and there's a pretty good-sized guy in a window seat. And I went, you know what? I'm taking the aisle. I'm going to dare anybody to sit between the two of us.
And it worked.
It worked.
There you go. Nice.
He had the armrest up because he was a big fella. And he was spilling over into that middle seat a little bit. And I'm like, you know what? We're going to give this a shot. He gives me a little tap.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
$22 minutes to the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, thanks so much for being with us. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question. So when you think of the 2024 U.S. Golf Open, do you think, whew, what a win by Bryson? Or, man, did Rory blow it? And so far, more than 2 out of every 3 of you say, man, did Rory blow it? Go to that, Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, MillerandMoulton.com, and vote accordingly. Hey, I want to change the subject if that's okay.
That's fine.
We talk a little football?
Don't even need a reason to do that, David.
By the way, the magic numbers are 68, 75, and 80.
Look at that.
Yeah. So, we went from, being right around 100 to in the 90s, and now it's 68 days till week 0.
Now we've got some lineman numbers.
70.
We're into the receiver numbers earlier. Now we're into some lineman numbers.
Yes, 75 days until week 1 of the college football season. That August 31st, that first full Saturday. And then 80 days away from Ravens and Chiefs at Arrowhead. 81 away from Packers and Eagles in Brazil. All right. So there can still be injuries. There can still be a free agent signing or 2. There can be a last-minute cut. But, Mark, sometimes you just have to go with your gut. And by that, I mean the over-unders. Win total. Gut feeling. You don't have the schedules in front of you. We're not going through, cross-division plays. Nope. Just gut feeling. 8 teams have a double-digit win total. 8. A quarter of the league with an over-under of 10 or higher. Now, these are BetMGM's over-unders. You ready?
Yep.
We'll start with the double-digit over-unders. I'll go alphabetically. Baltimore, 11.5.
Boy, that division.
They won 13 last year.
Oh, I know.
So, Buffalo, 10.5.
Okay.
They won 11 last year. Won the tiebreaker with the Dolphins. Won the division. Cincinnati, who went 9-8 last year. Over-under, 10.5. Remember, played half of last year without Burrow.
Yep.
Okay. Detroit. What'd they go? 12-5? Over under 10.5. Kansas City's over unders 11.5. Remember, last year they went 11-6.
11-6.
Right. Mm-hmm. Eagles 10.5. Last year went 11-6. I was after starting 10-1. And San Francisco's over-unders 11.5.
12-5 a year ago.
So those are the double-digit over-unders. Just gut feeling. Okay, you've had a moment to let it marinate and what have you. You got to blurt it out.
All right, let's go.
Ravens 11.5.
Over.
Bills 10.5.
Under.
Bengals 10.5.
Under.
Cowboys 10.5.
Under.
Blank you, San Diego? Detroit 10.5.
Over.
I'm with you there. By the way, I'm under on the Cowboys. I'm over on the Bengals. I'm under on the Bills, and I'm under on the Ravens. Chiefs 11.5.
Over.
I'll go under. Eagles 10.5.
I'll go over.
I will as well. Niners 11.5.
And I'll go over there as well.
I'll go under. So, all right. Now, the rest of the teams. Cardinals 6.5. Would they win 4 last year? Yeah. I'll go under. I think it's right there, but I think 6 and 11.
Yeah, I'll go under.
Atlanta 9.5. Would they win 7 last year? 3, 7, and 10 seasons in a row. We all know the improvements they've made with the new head coach and Kirk Cousins.
See, here's the thing. If you go over on Atlanta,
Mm-hmm.
you almost have to go under on Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay's over under 7.5, though. It's
Ooh,
not,
all right.
it's not-
All right.
It's not as high as you thought it would be. A team that went 9 games last year, over under 7.5.
So I'll go over on Atlanta.
Okay. Carolina 5.5.
Under.
I'll go over. I'll say 6 and 10. Bears 8.5.
Under.
Yeah, I'll go under as well. Rookie quarterback. Browns 8.5. Remember, this team won 11 last year, and Deshaun Watson played like a third of the games.
I'm going over on the Browns.
Yeah, I am as well. Denver 5.5. Yikes.
Wow.
Bo Nix.
Yeah, I'm going to lean under.
Yeah, I'm going to lean over. Once again, I'm betting on a 6 and 10 season there. Green Bay's 9.5. They went 9 and 8 last year.
Under.
Over. Houston 9.5. They won 10 games last year. Won the division.
Over.
Under. Colts 8.5. They won 9 games last year.
Under.
Under. Jacksonville 8.5. They won 9 games last year.
Over.
I'm over. I'm with you. Raiders 6.5.
It seems about perfect to me, but I'm going to go under.
I'm going to go over. Let's see, where are we going here? Chargers 8.5.
You know what? Blank you, Chargers. What?
Come on, you still love them. You do. This is the girl you can't break up with. Come on, she can say or do anything to you.
Anything she wants.
Anything. You love her. You do. You absolutely love her. And now Harbaugh's coaching them, and you love it. You hate the school he went to. You love him. Love him. Think of the couple they are. You love her, and now you love her new boyfriend.
Under.
You don't mean that at all. You're rooting for an over. At least admit you're rooting.
No, I'm
for
not
an
rooting
over.
for an over.
No? Wow. I'm going under. That seems high to me. He's replacing half the team. Although his first year in San Francisco, he took like 6 and 10, played for the NFC title game. Rams 8.5. Big over. Big over. Could win the division. That's how high I am on the Rams.
Wow.
Yes. I am drinking the Kool-Aid. I am cannonballing into the Rams deep end.
What is Aaron Donald coming back and I don't know about it?
Maybe in November.
I'm going to go over, but I'm not as excited as you are.
Dolphins 9.5.
Over.
They won 11 last year. I'm going over as well, but I'm not sure I'd go over 10.5 though.
No, it was 9.5 was the number.
Vikings 6.5. I think they won 7 games last year. Everything, no Cousins, JJ,
Under.
Sam Darnold. Yeah, I'll go under as well. Patriots 4.5. I believe it's the lowest over under on the board. It is 4.5.
Yeah.
Yikes.
I'll still go under.
Will you really?
It's the worst roster in the National Football League.
I think it is also in a rookie quarterback and a division in which they're far and away the worst team in it.
Will they win a division game?
I don't think so. No.
And we went through their schedule and thought that they would be an underdog in every game that they played.
At least 16 out of 17 we did, yes.
Right.
We thought there was a chance. There's one game. I think they're at Arizona, but we think they'd be a slight dog, and they got a really bad team at home. But all right. So we're both going under 4.5. So we basically are putting the Patriots on the clock.
Yes.
Okay. Saints 7.5 under.
Under.
I'm betting hard under on the Saints. I think it collapses for them this year. Intriguing team in a division, first time in years they won't be talked about. Giants 6.5. I'm going under. There are a lot of sharks who have the Giants over as like one of their best bets of the year. I have no idea what they see. I'm going under.
I am as well, David.
Jets 9.5. So
Over.
same over under as the Dolphins.
Over.
Okay, I'm going over as well. I think the Jets are going to start 5-1. Easy early schedule. Steelers 7.5. We all know he's never had a losing season. All right, won 10 games last year. They're improved at the quarterback position. They've signed 6 starters in free agency for $12 million. Steelers over the toughest closing schedule we've ever seen.
And somehow they'll figure out a way to win 9 games. Give me the over.
Golly, their schedule. I'm going to go over as well. But, you know, he could still go over and still have a losing season. See,
I know.
8 and 9's an over. Seahawks 7.5 after back-to-back 9-win seasons. No Pete Carroll.
Under.
Under. Tampa Bay 7.5.
Over.
I'm with you. Over. Although I don't think they win the division. I think it's Atlanta's division. Titans are 6.5.
That seems like an under to me.
I'm going to go over. I think 7 and 10. And Washington 6.5.
That also seems like an under to me.
That seems like an over to me. I think they have completely revamped that roster. Okay. And I think that the Washington quarterback is going to be this year's CJ Stroud. I think Daniels is going to be tremendous. Tremendous. I think he's going to be their best quarterback since Theismann.
And that may be the case. I just don't know if it'll all happen this year for him.
I understand.
And what CJ Stroud did last year, we don't see in this league.
I know.
So I don't expect Daniels. I mean, I don't expect anybody. The amount of pressure that CJ Stroud has put on rookie quarterbacks for the next 3 years is amazing.
I think that Jaden Daniels will be the rookie of the year in the NFL. I'm all in on him.
I've been all in on him as well. I don't see a 7-10 win season, 7-10 season coming out of Washington this year.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So there it is for all of you. Those are just mid-June. 95, 98% of all the movements happened. Yeah, we'll have some high-profile guys released late in camp. Some guys will get hurt, but you basically know what your team is. You know, we didn't mention schedules, crossovers. You know, we didn't do that. We just know the Steelers. I will say, here's a poll question to consider. Toughest closing schedule, the Gators or the Steelers?
It's the Steelers, but it's close.
The Steelers' final 8 games, all teams who had winning records last year, 6 of them are division games. And I think the other 2 teams are the Chiefs and the Eagles. Meanwhile, the Gators right now, preseason, their final 5 games right now will be against teams that will be in everybody's top 15.
Who takes a step back this year? I mean, you have San Francisco taking a big step back. Do you have them missing the playoffs, that kind of step back?
I have
this is June. Well, not, you're not locked in anything in June.
Well, but also I don't know how important, like the Niners can travel. The Niners, even if, let's just say I'm right about the Rams, and the Rams edge out the Niners for the NFC West. You don't think San Francisco can go on the road and win playoff games?
Well, hell, if they go to L.A., they'll be the home team. So
exactly. So, this isn't the AFC. I don't know. Now, I do think it would be a big bonus for the Lions if they could actually make everybody come to the dome and what have you. But I don't think it matters for the Niners. I think their style travels. But also 11-5, like, betting on a team to go 11-6 doesn't mean that they're going to be dogs. That 11.5's high. That's a high over under. I'm inclined to always go under when they put an over under that high.
Yeah, I think like this team like Seattle's going to take a big step back this year. And so I'm with you that LA will be better, but the Cardinals, they'll be a little better. It'll be interesting. San Francisco's got to, the winners of the divisions are all pretty strong in the NFC that they'll play.
Yeah. And also, obviously, if all of a sudden you think two teams are going to be better than they were a year ago, it's somebody in that division then's got to pay the price, right? Like, I think a lot of people are going to dog the Vikings this year in the North. And Mark, I think you're right. A trendy team to dog this year, Seattle, who won 9 games the last 2 years. And they'll go, nah, I don't see that this year. I'm thinking more like 6 or 7. So I think the Saints will get dogged this year in the South.
I'm with you there, and that'll be a whole regime change when that happens.
Could take the quarterback with them. Miller and Moulton. Thanks for being with us. MillerandMoulton.com.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to
That would surprise me unbelievably, Irish football.
Which one?
Bo Nix will be CJ Stroud 2.0. I think he's more likely to be Zach Wilson 2.0.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home on this Monday, the 17th of June. Magic numbers are 68, 75, and 80, 68 days away from week 0 of the college football season, 75 days away, 10 weeks Saturday from week 1 of the college football season, and 11 weeks from Thursday, 80 days away from Ravens and Chiefs getting the 2024 NFL season underway. Our poll question, when you think of the U.S. Open this year, is your first thought, whew, what a win by Bryson? Or is your first thought, man, Rory blew that sucker? And right now, by like a 2-1 margin, you go, man, Rory blew that sucker. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, MillerMoulton.com. Hey, humor me more than you already do. There were a few things that happened while you were gone that I would like to know how it is you feel, if that's okay.
Okay.
One of which was Trevor Lawrence got paid
Yes, he did.
$55 per. And remember, it's a 5-year extension. Doesn't even kick in until 2026.
All right. Help me out, David. What's the salary cap going to be in 2026?
In 2026,
Roughly.
I think it's going to be right around $300 million. At least 290. Okay. But right around $300 million, 248 and change right now. And I'm just going 10%, 10%. You add 25 million of that, you're at 273. You add 27 million of that, you're at 300. I'm just going 10% increases. Is that crazy?
No.
In a $20+ billion industry, salary cap going up. If I'm right, by the way, it's 300 million for 26. Then it's 330, then it's 363, then it's 400. So the last year of this decade, that's a 10% increases in the salary cap. Last season of this decade, the cap's 400. Trevor will be making 55.
I think we'll look back upon it and find it to be maybe not a middle of the road contract, but it won't be a contract that will hurt the Jags in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. Part 2 of the Trevor Lawrence contract. By the way, 275, 200 of it fully guaranteed. Basically, they're guaranteeing 4 out of the 5 years. I mean, you could argue it's 3.5 of the 5, but it's basically 4 of the 5 years. So you got guaranteed money on the books basically through 2029. And oh, by the way, he's also under contract for 2030 if they're so inclined. And by the way, once we get to around 2029, unlike Jerry Jones and the Cowboys, what will they do? They'll negotiate another one.
In which he'll be getting paid $65 million a year because the cap will be at such a rate and quarterback salaries will have gone up by that amount.
Okay. So now I'm going to mention 4 quarterbacks by name. And you tell me whether or not you will pay the going rate for these 4 quarterbacks. Now, when I ask you that, I am also making you the general manager of those teams that they're currently on. Okay. Now, you could also say, like, no, but if he reaches free agency and I'm so and so, so and so, and so and so, I will pay him the going rate. But anyway, Brock Purdy.
I would pay Brock Purdy the going rate.
Tua.
I definitely would pay Tua the going rate.
Jordan Love.
I'd really like to see one more year of growth before I make that kind of commitment with Jordan Love.
Problem is, he's in the last year of a 2-year deal. It was a bridge
I know.
contract. They didn't pick up his 5th-year option. Instead, they said, listen, instead of you playing on a 1-year deal, how about we just sign you to a 2-year deal? Okay. And it's all guaranteed. And you could overachieve this contract, at which point you're going to get paid. But if you underachieve this contract, you're guaranteed, because what they basically did was they guaranteed money for this year by giving him that 2-year contract, because they had to make a decision. Do they pick up his 5th year? And they said, no, but how about we do this instead? So he's a free agent in a year, Mark. That's the problem. And because they signed him to that 2-year contract, I don't think they can tag him. Could be wrong. I don't think they can tag him, though. I'll look that up. So let's just assume he's a free agent in a year.
Then I think you've got to sign him.
Because
maybe not the guaranteed money. Maybe you can get away with 3 years of guaranteed money, not the 4. I don't know. I really don't know if you can get that same type of contract that Goff is getting in players of the similar ill. Are you going to be able to get with paying 3 years of guaranteed money and get him to sign that? Probably not. The rate is what the rate is.
Right. And you don't have to like it and you don't have to agree with it, but it's the cost of doing business. All right. Let me ask you this. Do you think Jordan Love, let's just say he's a little better this year than he was last year, because he was inconsistent last year. I've said it a lot. Sorry, don't know what to tell you. I saw him twice last year. He sucked both times. He did. Worst quarterback on the field both times. One of the games he was in was second Monday in December. He was going up against Tommy Cutlets, who was the better quarterback that night. See, if I'm the Packers, and I'm not playing around, if I'm the Packers, I'd play hardball with Jordan Love. Now, how many teams do you think then would be lining up for Jordan Love?
Dallas.
You think so?
Yes. David, they need a quarterback next year.
Well, we didn't get to him yet. I was saving him for last. All right. But, so you think Dallas, okay.
And I think with Dak, David, that they will have to, the way this is, I mean, don't they have to pay him? I mean, really and truly, because if the hit on the cap, if they don't pay him, is one of the more, it's more than what Russ is getting hit with on his number with Denver.
Yes. Well, if Dak is not on their roster next year, he costs them still $36 million, even if he's not on the team next year. So it's not a Russell Wilson hit, but I mean, next year, Dak Prescott, if he's playing somewhere else, will count $36 million on the Cowboys cap.
And I know most of you listening want to see that. But if you're Dallas, aren't you at a point, David, where you have to sign him?
Well, we all thought that. We're all looking at Jerry wondering, what the hell are you doing? I mean, seriously, we're all wondering, what are you doing? Okay, why did you not reduce his cap number for this year is almost 60. Dak Prescott's cap number this year is 60. Just under it. What are you doing? He's a free agent in a year. Why did you not sign him to an extension and reduce his cap hit for this year? Hell, you might have even been able to reduce his cap hit for next year. Now, Dak doesn't take a discount. Dak's from the Eli and Peyton Manning school of negotiating. Not a dime. Not a dime. No. Not giving you a dime back. Nope. Now, granted, Eli and Peyton both went first overall. Dak was a fourth-round pick. So when it came time for Dak to start negotiating contracts, he's like, I'm playing catch-up. Okay. By the way, I am reading stories in which they think they can tag Jordan Love.
Okay.
Not quite sure how and why, but obviously you take a look at the tag, and that'll probably be in the 50s next year anyway. But I guess he can't just walk out the door.
Would you tag him?
Would I? No. Listen, he's got to play better. I'm sorry. He cost them the Niners playoff game. I'm sorry. He did. Watch the second half of that game. Please, from mid-third quarter on, he was terrible. Terrible. Missed wide open receivers. Threw a pass high and behind the one receiver, which led to an interception, which got the Niners back in it. I'm sorry. I find him to be very inconsistent. I will say, if you're into analytics, he and the Packers last year analytically in the red zone were like the greatest damn thing ever. TD percentage in the red zone, his completion percentage in the red zone. I mean, apparently it was better than anything Favre or Rodgers had ever done. I got to admit, I'm 0 for 3 watching him in person. I really am. But he's a franchise quarterback, and you got one. I will say this, Mark. They have the youngest team in the league. Talk about a team that can afford to pay their quarterback now. No team can afford it more than the Packers.
Which would be more reason to do it. Take a big hit early with the signing bonus. Spread that cap number out over whatever many years and take a big hit next year. Or, you know what I'm saying. Take it early.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can sign some of those players on the back end of that because they do have a nice nucleus that they're building.
Now, back to Dak. You going to pay him the going rate? He's going to want more than all these guys who have signed. He's going to say, Jerry, Trevor Lawrence been in the league 3 years. He's thrown 19 touchdowns or whatever it is. You got to be kidding me. Been in the league 7 years. I've lost 8 division games as a starting quarterback. What are you doing? If he's getting 55, I'm getting more.
Yeah, you're going to have to pay Dak 57.5.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's going to want 5 for 300. He's going to want first digit be a 6.
But I think you can get him off of that.
I do too. But yeah, he'll want 5 for 285. He'll want $2 million more a year than
And
Trevor.
4 of it's guaranteed.
Yeah.
Book it.
Yeah.
That's the rate for a quarterback. 4 years or at least 3.75 years guaranteed.
Dak will be in his early 30s, though, when the contract kicks in. I'm asking you again, are you GM of the Cowboys?
I wouldn't. I'm not a Dak guy. I never have been.
Fair enough.
But I don't know how, from a business standpoint, you don't sign him, David. Where are you going to go?
They're going to promote either Trey Lance or Cooper Rush, I think, and have him play next year on about $4 million. and then have Dak count for $36 million against the cap. Right now, that looks like plan B to me. Trey Lance, by the way, younger than Bo Nix and Michael Penix.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best, and the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, hop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District.
I don't know who in the Twitch chat room keeps saying Trevor Lawrence, 19 TDs, 13 interceptions. What are you talking about? Like last year, he had 21 and 14. For his career, he's got 58 and 39. I don't quite know where the whole 19 TD, 13 interception thing is coming from. His second year in the league, his TD interception ratio was better than 3-1. And you can not like Trevor, but what stat is that you're quoting? Why would the Micah contract be slowing down the Dak negotiations? They can tag Micah. They can't tag Dak. There should be no negotiations for a guy who's counting $59 million against the cap this year. How can anybody's negotiations be ahead of Dak's? Hey, SEC me. How was Italy? Also, Micah's under contract for 2 more years. He's only 3 years in the league, so he's got 2 more years under contract. Oh, that's what you're going. That's what the 19 and 13 is. Gotcha. Listen, I will say you can dog the guy, which a couple of you do. You kind of got to throw that rookie year out. Urban Meyer. I mean, how about this? Take the rookie year out. Okay. He's 46 and 22. I think CD's entering the final year of his contract, but he can be tagged at the end of this year. Irish football, who are we talking about here? Because what's Dak won? Dak has been in the league 7 years. He has 2 playoff wins. Trevor's been in the league 3. He's won 1. Yeah, you can only tag 1 per year. But if CeeDee Lamb becomes a free agent at the end of this year, they can tag him in 24. Micah becomes a free agent in 25 after 25. You could tag CD at the end of this year, Micah at the end of the following, if you want to play that game. Based on past performance, Dak, absolutely Irish football. Love's only done it 1 year.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Mark, I don't know if you agree with me on this. I am finding it's not nationally. This is the benefit of playing in Jacksonville. It's the detriment of playing in Jacksonville. It's the benefit of playing in Jacksonville. But when we're asking fans, text line, Twitch chat room, they speak about Trevor Lawrence the way a lot of people nationally have been dogging Tua for 2 years. There are a lot of people that think Trevor is an overhyped monster and that he's just good enough to get paid and just good enough to get you fired.
Well, and he's coming off such an interesting year in which he played poorly, but he was banged up. I mean, he played through injuries throughout the year. So it's tough to judge it completely just on the numbers. The other side of it, David, to me, well, one, it's a matter of, I thought it was an easy decision to pay him. I really did. You're not going to let Trevor Lawrence go. You're going to pay him. You're going to make this right because he's the face of the franchise. But you are right in that in Jacksonville, he's it.
Yeah.
Nationally, they're coming at him, and he's got a rebound from last year. There's no doubt that this year's got to be better than it was a year ago.
By the way, he completed 66% of his passes last year. His touchdown ratio by modern standards, not good. It was 3-2, 21 TDs to 14 interceptions. All right. And the team underachieved, and he's the star quarterback. He deserves all the heat you want to give him. Absolutely.
But David, it's not just the TDs to interceptions. That isn't great. I can live. If it was just that, I could live with it. He can't hang on to the damn football.
No, he's got a fumbling problem. And I will say statistically, and, I happen to be in the Trevor Lawrence camp. I think he's going to be what Jacksonville hopes he's going to be. I do. But do you know statistically who his comparison is?
Daniel Jones.
I know.
Daniel Jones.
Yeah, that's a problem. Because there aren't 4 Giants fans who think he can play, that he's the quarterback of the future. There aren't 4 people in the league that think that his contract at $40 million a year is a good, solid investment. And he's entering year 2 of that contract. Quick tangent. How good was that Baker Mayfield contract that Jason Light got him to sign? 3 for 105, 35 per, with how quarterbacks are getting paid? I mean, Mark, you and I couldn't believe that he couldn't get Daniel Jones money out of the Bucs. I mean, where were they going to go? Who was going to be their quarterback if not Baker Mayfield? Not only that, he took over the locker room. It's now his team. Guys like him. They play for him.
Allowed them to keep Evans.
Yeah.
I mean, it allows them to keep the safety they just signed. I mean, you think of what that contract did to allow them to keep a lot of other players.
Allowed them to keep Levante David. Give him another $8 million a year. I mean, see, that's the contract that there's like 10 fan bases out there that are like, man, can we get our guy to agree? I mean, that's honestly what Packer fans are like. They're like, man, are you serious? We're going to have to pay Jordan Love 53 to 55 million a year. Why can't we get him on a Baker Mayfield contract? What's wrong with that? I mean, Baker's actually proven more than Jordan has. I mean, Jordan's only played the 1 year. I mean, he's entering his 5th year in the league. He's only played 1. You know, and it was up and down. Now, I mean, you know, stats look pretty good last year. I mean, he completes over 60% of his passes. He's around 64%. By the way, same number as Trevor Lawrence. Got a good TD to interception ratio, though. He does. It's close. It's almost 3-1. Made last year. It was good. He threw for over 4,000 yards. So did Trevor, by the way. But he had a good year. He did. It looked good on paper. And won a playoff game. Damn near won a second. By the way, very similar to Trevor Lawrence's 2022. Doesn't that sound very similar? To Trevor in Jacksonville? Right. So, but I mean, man, oh man, Jason Light got Baker Mayfield to sign for 35 a year. 35 at the quarterback position. I mean, hell, if you're the Packers, Kirk Cousins got 45. And you're like, we have to give Jordan Love more than what the Falcons gave Kirk Cousins? Mark, I'll ask you this year, Kirk Cousins, Jordan Love, who would you rather have?
Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried coming off the injury. That's
fair enough.
It's scary.
Fair enough.
Older quarterback coming off an Achilles. That's not something that.
Yep. We got 2 of them, Cousins and Rodgers, no doubt about it. But I mean, now if you're the Packers and you're trying to get Jordan Love for the Kirk Cousins contract, his agent looks at you funny and goes, "What the hell are you talking about? Trevor Lawrence got 55, Goff got 53. What's your problem? Are you not reading the paper?"
And we've got Tua sitting there.
And Tua's going to get the same.
Yes,
he's going to get the Trevor Lawrence contract.
Yes, he is. And there's going to be a good portion of the Dolphins fan base that's going to freak out. Freak out.
And by the way, there's 2 guys in the Twitch chat room who just absolutely think Trevor Lawrence is a piece of crap. All right. And so everybody we mentioned, they keep comparing. Baker Mayfield's had at least 2 really good years in the league. Not one with Tampa, but I mean, come on. That 1 year with Cleveland, they won 11 games. He won a playoff game in Pittsburgh, played really well, nearly beat the Chiefs at Arrowhead in a playoff game. I mean, Baker Mayfield has done more than Jordan Love, and they got him for 35. I mean, this could go down as like the best contract of the next 2-3 years in the NFL. Even if he's the 15th best quarterback in the league. If you can get the 15th best quarterback in the league for 35,
But the other side of it, what if you get the 8th best quarterback for 35? Then it's just a blatant steal. Then you've actually were able to get something that.
right? And that's what Seattle was hoping to get with Geno. Like they got him with a really cheap year. Then they signed him to the extension at 35. Well, last year he played like the 22nd best quarterback in the league at 35. And people are grumbling like, I don't know, we can do better than that for 35. Can't we at least do a Baker Mayfield type year? But you're right. What if he gives you a top 10 year in the league at the position for 35? I mean, trust me, Stafford thinks he's underpaid. He's a top 10 quarterback in the league. He's making like 45. He's like, Jared Goff's making 53. You guys couldn't unload him fast enough for me. Where's my money? So
And
I'm
then
just
you got
waiting.
the Mahomes contract sitting out there.
He's just chilling. No need to just listen. Tell me when you're ready. This should take.
I'm going to go to the Mavs game again.
Yeah, this should take 10 to 15 minutes, by the way. Tell me when you're ready. First digit's a 6. Don't call me unless the first digit per year is a 6. Don't waste my time.
Six.
Gotta be.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta pay him 60 a year.
Absolutely.
And remember, in about 3 years, that we're gonna have 18 games. You're gonna get another game out of these quarterbacks. By the way, they don't get to renegotiate their contract. I mean, it still is, you're making 55. That is $3 million a game. It's $750 a quarter. I'm gonna break this down by snap. I mean, about $100,000 an attempt. Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond,
By the way, I was off one. Apparently, this season, Rory was 496 for 496.
All right.
Those two putts he missed, by the way, the only two putts he missed all week inside 5 feet. Absolutely, Adam. And the Texans will turn the heat up on them also. Wingfoot, Shinnecock, Oakmont. The USGA's announced their U.S. Opens for most of the next 20 years.
All right. Here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
$22 till the top of the hour, till the Diamond District bonus hour for the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hey, can I hit you with some numbers? It's golf we're talking about, which is also the focus for our poll question. When you think of the U.S. Open that finished last night, do you think Bryson won it or Rory blew it?
And it's close. I can see how you could argue either way. Rory, who was incredible with his putting all year, misses 2 putts on the last 3 holes to lose the lead in the tournament. But Bryson made a ridiculous up and down on 18 to win the U.S. Open. That's why I went with Bryson won it.
So Bryson becomes the third golfer since they've really been keeping track of stats, which is about 40 years ago, by the way. It's when analytics stats first started coming into golf in a big way, you know, driving distance, percentage of greens hit, fairways, and all that. He's the third in the last 40 years to lead the field in driving distance and win the U.S. Open. DJ at Oakmont 8 years ago, Tiger at Pebble in 2000 when he won by 15. So even DeChambeau, when he won at Wingfoot, didn't lead in driving distance that week, which I thought he did. We mentioned earlier, he's the 4th golfer to win a U.S. Amateur and multiple U.S. Opens, joining Bobby Jones, Jack Nicklaus, and Tiger Woods. Holy blank. All right. By the way, we're on a streak of Americans winning majors in golf. We've had 6 straight Americans, 6 different Americans win the last 6 majors. In whatever order: Koepka, Wyndham Clark, Brian Harmon, Scheffler, Schauffele, DeChambeau. We haven't had a stretch like this since the mid to late 70s. By the way, those names were, I don't know, a few guys you've heard of: Nicklaus, Floyd, Jerry Pate, Johnny Miller, Watson, Hubert Green, Dave Stockton. I was off by one, Mark. I've been saying all morning Rory was 497 for 497
Right.
this year with putts under 4 feet. Yeah, he was 496 for 496. Hadn't missed a putt under 5 feet all week at the U.S. Open. The two misses were both under 4 feet. Yeah.
And the one on 16
2.5 footer.
That's a putt you have to make.
Yeah, absolutely. Rory's now finished top 10 in 6 straight U.S. Opens. That hasn't been done since this Nicklaus guy did it. Late 70s into the early 80s. He's also the first one to have 6 straight top 10 finishes in over 100 years and not win any of those 6 years. So we're looking at 10 years, by the way, Rory, without a major if he doesn't win at Royal Troon next month. All right. Gaps between major wins. Hale Irwin went 11 years between winning, a U.S. Open and then a U.S. Open. Okay. Julius Boros went 11 years between winning U.S. Open. So, and just some of the numbers, out there. By the way, Scheffler made 4 birdies all week. He averages over 5 a round on the PGA Tour.
Scheffler literally said he's not playing the week before a major anymore.
Yeah.
I don't really care where you put your elevated events, but I'm not playing the week before a major. Me playing that hard, having to work that hard at that Jack's tournament, it's not worth it for what it takes out of me for the next week, is basically what he said.
Yeah. Don't care. Don't care what you're don't find me. Don't care. Honestly, don't care. We're supposed to find out tomorrow, by the way, what the golf world's going to look like in the future. Hey, I mention him not just because I'm a fan, but because I think if what is rumored to be happening, Mark, begins to happen. Let's just say, Mark, that the two golf worlds are going to unite. They're going to come up with a way that both can stay in business and do their thing. And that occasionally guys from the LIV can play on the PGA Tour. And occasionally guys in the PGA Tour could even play on the LIV if they want, or at least in team events if they're so inclined. Kind of like the Zurich in New Orleans. The LIV is still pushing that team golf. They think that's a winner.
Right.
They think that's
Bryson's a crusher.
Well,
and that was on the bag. Crushers, isn't that his team?
Totally. Yep. No, I think they're.
By the way, just quick sidebar: if you want to really honk off everybody at the club you play at, go buy a Crusher shirt today and wear it to the club. I told the guy that I played the tournament with, I said, I'm going to buy me an Aces shirt because that's the only name I knew. He goes, I'll punch you right in the mouth.
What are these guys going to say tomorrow if what's being rumored is going to happen? I mean, the PGA Tour is going to take their money too. What are you going to do? What are you going to say? Brandel Chambly spoke fondly last night of Phil Mickelson. If you don't think a deal is happening, you're crazy. The Golf Channel did exposés on LIV golfers this week. They did 30-minute walk and talks in the practice round with LIV golfers, for goodness sake, this week. They wouldn't even show them playing in the majors a year ago.
They really wouldn't.
No.
And I mean, you had to be within a shot or two of the lead to get airtime.
The Open last year or 2 years ago, DJ was on the first page of the leaderboard. They didn't show him. Literally didn't show him. And every time he was tied with guys, they made sure to put him at the very bottom, even breaking the golf scoreboard rules, where you always put the guy who's completed more holes first. And they're like, no, get him off. He's an LIV guy. Get him off the board.
Well, they only play that rule until someone good is there, because McIlroy was clearly listed as second, and he wasn't going to be in the last group, and they kept him there for 20 hours.
They gave Rory the Tiger treatment, right? The Tiger always got moved up. If he's in a 31, way tie for third, Tiger was listed at third. Right. Got it. But I mention this because, if the two sides are going to come together, and it'll probably take another year to work out all the specifics. So my guess is it's a convoluted mess in 2025 still. But going forward in 2026, here's how golf is going to look like worldwide. Okay. What does that do for Phil? Mark, if there's no war anymore, if there's no Cold War in golf, if the LIV and the golfers who went to it are no longer Satan.
Phil still will be Satan.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
You don't think Phil's going to end up, I'll make you a bet right now. Okay, here's how I'll phrase the bet. Phil will get offered the number one spot in a booth in the 2020s. That once there's no war, once those guys aren't Satan anymore, I mean, Mark, no offense, Phil's going to end up right. You don't have to say he was right, okay, but he's going to end up right.
Right, but Phil will say he was right. Every chance he's given.
Maybe, probably, at least once. Absolutely. With that eat and grin on his face.
You got that right. Well, like I said before, when it comes to this, we always want it won't.
I proposed this to the PGA Tour 4 years ago. They wouldn't listen to me. We wouldn't have had to have this if they had just listened to me. Yeah, he'll say it at least once. But once there's no war, I mean, are you really going to keep Trevor Immelman in the booth? You really going to keep Randall Chambly in the booth? Seriously. Brad Faxon? I mean, why can't he go in the booth? He's going to be retired. He mentioned the R word last month. Phil knows he's done. He didn't make a birdie in 2 rounds, by the way. He had 17 bogeys, 19 pars. His 2 rounds at Pinehurst.
You talk about a Q rating that's dropped. And again, I was with golfers all weekend. We were watching the Open.
Right.
They were rooting. They were so excited and rooting positively of how bad Phil was playing.
Okay.
That made people happy.
Yeah, right. It goes away tomorrow, by the way, if the rumors are true. That's the thing, though. Once there's no war.
How long will the golf fan hold on to the war? Golf fan hates live.
Okay.
Hates it.
Well, then why were they rooting for Bryson? You want to help me out there?
I can't.
Okay.
Bryson somehow reinvented himself by going to live golf. No, I mean,
did they have a problem when Koepka won the PGA last year? They weren't thrilled about it, but I mean, they weren't spitting at him. I mean, come on, Mark, we're fans. Okay, we're fans. Come on, you and I are hockey fans. There are certain guys in which we, and if he put on our team's jersey, we'd be like, oh, thank God, I'm tired of rooting against this guy. I hated him when he was a Bruin. Brad Marchand on my team? Oh, thank God. Come on, Mark, Claude Lemieux.
Hey, David, I'll say this, is that I don't know if it even, like the Phil thing's fascinating to me, of whether he gets on the booth, but with them liking Bryson and them liking Koepka, when greatness comes, people start cheering. And that may continue, but I still see it every day of people telling me how much they hate live.
I get it, but it's essentially, okay, even if it stays in name, okay, the war essentially goes away.
And I do think what we've seen, David, is how much more enjoyable the majors have been because everybody's playing golf.
Yes. Yes.
That's the part where the golf fan has to be able to look at it and say, all right, I hate live, but I want to watch the best players play one another more often. This is why I watch golf, is to see all the. I mean, we've missed names. Who knows? Scheffler's been amazing. Who knows? It would have been as amazing if everybody would have been on the tour with him. We don't know.
I just think if the war goes away, I mean, think about how those of us of a certain age and how we viewed the Soviet bloc in the Olympics, and then the wall came down. We didn't view them the same way. We still wanted to beat them, but we didn't view them the same way. We didn't.
Yeah, but until the Wings got a cup, we didn't think they could win in the playoffs. All right. I mean, let's be honest here.
That's true, John Cherry. That's true. You're right. I mean, anyway, that's my prediction. That if the walls are really tumbling down, okay, if we all just can't get along, you sure by like 2027 Phil's not going to be in a booth? Are you sure?
Believe it or not, I could see him on the NBC booth long before I could see him on the CBS booth.
Maybe. He is a 3-time Masters champion.
I understand that.
Listen, if Augusta's like, okay, we had this little dispute, but now we're over it. If they're over it, who's Augusta going to want in the booth? Trevor Immelman or Phil Mickelson?
I would think Phil, but I'll have to see it to believe it, David.
Okay. We taking that bet?
I'm taking that bet.
All right. So
Giving you a lot of years here.
I am, but also I have a lot of years. Okay. In which, I say he gets offered a booth. Comes with détente, Mark. That's what I studied in history growing up. A lot of things come with détente.
Did not know an announcing booth was one of them.
I have to admit, when I looked up all the negotiations, Cold War, what have you, the NBC CBS golf booth was never a part of it. But times have changed.
And they need a voice. All of them do.
Well, and he likes to talk. Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for listening. Make sure you vote in our poll question. Did Bryson win or did Rory blow it? The Diamond District bonus hour is next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional
Well, Sonny, first off, I'm curious, is Rory going to play this week at Connecticut? All the top players, it's an elevated event. They're all supposed to be playing the Travelers. That doesn't necessarily mean he'll do any media. He usually plays the Scottish Open, which is 2 weeks, I believe, before the Open Championship. So my guess is he'll answer questions then. And Adam, don't know how much golf Tiger's going to play, first off. But I do think, Adam, I wouldn't be surprised if somehow, some way, the ban on the older LIV guys, the Westwoods and the Mickelsons of the world, gets lifted so they can play the Champions Tour next year if they want.
Oh, and remember at the Open Championship, there's different kind of reporters. They may ask Rory some very interesting questions at the British.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour on this Monday after Father's Day. To all the dads out there, hope you had a nice day. Hope you got a chance to, spend some time with some family as to why it is you are a dad. And if not, hope you at least had a nice conversation. Miller
You got a
Moulton.
gag gift.
I did. I got a gag gift. It's such a gag gift, I don't even want to say it.
No, that's fine.
And there's not much I hold back, but this gag gift is it was inappropriate.
Really?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Did it upset you?
No, not at all. Laughed.
Okay. Did it upset your wife?
She thought it was first thing she said was, "You can't talk about this on the air." And I looked right at her and I'm like, "You do know I don't tell you how to do your job, right?" Okay. Now your job's a lot more important than mine, a lot more serious, but you do know, that's the understanding that we have here. I give you all my money and I give you all my love. Okay. You don't tell me how to do sports. Is it really that's pretty much the,
I got a nice little gift from my daughter. She made a sign for me coming back from flew home yesterday. She had the sign out for me. It was fantastic. Then this morning, much to my surprise, she decided to decorate the inside of my car yesterday.
With what, by the way?
A lot of paper, David.
So there was no shaving cream, and you didn't sit in anything?
No shaving cream, but there was a lot of I don't even know,
nothing gooey?
Nothing gooey, but
Okay.
stringy paper all
Gotcha.
over the place. She had made some sort of a, ribbon belt, if you will, that strung, stringers that were all through my car.
Wow. That's great. Yeah, that's fantastic.
I have a routine every morning, and I get the coffee ready before anything. Frank and I go for a walk.
Right.
I come back and get the coffee made.
Hear you.
And you usually after the shower and I'm ready, I take my coffee out to the car. Right. I get all my stuff and put it in the car first thing in the morning. And then I sit down and I got about 15 minutes alone before I drive the long journey I have to make here to work.
Right. I think it's somewhere between 3/4 of a mile and a mile, I think.
It's a little over a mile. I think it's a mile and a half to go all the way around to the back parking lot. I think.
Wow. Well, that's because you make a left at the light and you go down to the U-turn.
No, I cut through the parking lot, but it's
Oh,
around.
okay.
It's a little low, but yeah, it's a
Wow.
long drive. And
Right.
I walked out to the car and I unlocked the car, and I didn't no reason to go to my car yesterday, and I went,
Right.
oh no. She decided that she was going to decorate the car.
Right.
And I got a kick out of it. I thought that was pretty funny that they were smart enough to not say anything to me yesterday about it. And I just came in this
Got you
morning.
today.
Bang.
Good deal. So Father's Day continued for you.
Absolutely.
So that's good. That's good. And once again, hope everybody, which it applies, had a nice Father's Day. The big stories. So Bryson DeChambeau wins the U.S. Open, or does Rory McIlroy lose it? That's our poll question. When you think of what happened, or how do you classify it? Game 5, NBA Finals tonight. Oh, by the way, Celtics on the verge of winning their 18th title. They got up 3-0 and then totally mailed one in Dallas, just like the Panthers got up 3-0 and totally mailed one in Edmonton. Do you think that either blowout is going to change the series? Like, do you think either team that won the game 4 at home will win the game 5 on the road?
I don't. I said before I left, it's about the only thing I got right recently. I said both series will still be going on when I return.
Yes. Yeah, we got that right also because on Friday I said we're going to have 2 game 5s.
And I think that this is it in hoop tonight for sure. I give Edmonton a better shot to win in Florida than I give Dallas a better shot to win tonight in Boston.
Interesting. Boston a 6.5-point favorite tonight. Over-under keeps going down in all these games. Because when Boston wins, they hold Dallas to under 100. And then when they decide to get blown out, they barely score 80. So there you go. But the Celtics with a chance for title number 18, which will move them one ahead of the Lakers. See, this is a lead I think they're going to hold for a while. I mean, when do you see the Lakers? Well, granted, it's a franchise that has lived through trades and free agency. They don't exactly, you got to go all the way back to when they drafted Magic and Worthy in 79 and 82, excuse me. So when really they had a homegrown team. Now, how they were in position to draft those guys is absurd, but they were.
A little tougher to do now.
Yeah.
Than it was then.
So, but obviously, when they had the Shaq Kobe dynasty, they traded for Kobe. Technically, he was drafted by the Charlotte Hornets. They worked out a draft day deal, and obviously they signed Shaq as a free agent.
But we all know that there's no team in the sport that's going to be able to attract free agents as well as the Lakers. It's a basketball mecca. Players want to play for the Lakers.
They do. They do. And a lot of players call Los Angeles home in the offseason especially. Paul George wanted to go, Kawhi. They all wanted to go to Los Angeles. Yet what have the Clippers done? But, I don't think the Lakers win another title this decade.
Tough to say at the end of the decade what will be going on with free agency, but right now I can see where you can make that statement and live with it without much of a problem.
Now, I will say the salary cap in a couple of years in the NBA is going to be damn ridiculous. I mean, the NBA salary cap will be bigger than the NFL salary cap, and the NBA has 15 guys on a roster, and the NFL has to count 51 for their cap. I mean, that's how much money the NBA is going to be talking here for at least a couple years. And then the NFL's cap will be bigger and what have you. But,
it's interesting because in hockey right now, one of the sidebar stories is, do we have to change the salary cap rules? Because the teams that play with no state taxes seem to have an advantage. It's not the case with basketball.
Well, it's not a hard cap, though. I mean, the hockey is a hard cap. There are no exceptions. You cannot go $1 over. Now, you can hide money on what they call LTIR, long-term injured reserve, which, by the way, they're saying that, like what the Lightning have done a couple times, what Vegas has done seemingly every year of their existence, where they put guys on LTIR, then that money doesn't count on the regular season cap once they do that. And then, oh, by the way, day one of the playoffs, you're not going to believe this. Kucherov is healthy. Wait a minute. Really? And then there's no
really
cap.
simple. That's a really simple fix. The cap,
Right.
Whatever the cap is the cap through the playoffs.
Yes. And
that to me that's the easiest of all fixes.
And
I know they don't technically get paid in the postseason.
Right. They think, though, they're going to make that rule change in the next year. That the cap is the cap, and it's the cap throughout the playoffs. So you can't hide a guy for the regular season. Then all of a sudden you're $3 under the cap and your $11 million forward is now available because you hit him on LTIR.
And I like that rule. I like that change.
I do too. It really hurts you, though, if one of your key players gets hurt. Either that or you got to cut a guy come the playoffs. I mean, that's what I'm wondering, Mark. Let's just say they do that. Then do you allow teams to release guys? I mean, because I want to activate Kucherov. I mean, what was it, 2-3 years ago? He came off the injured list for the playoffs, and he was legitimately hurt. Now, the thought was maybe wasn't as hurt as long as they kept him there, that they kept him there to get to the playoffs, and then shazam, he can play. And Vegas has done that seemingly every year. All right, but to me, I would be in favor of you can activate Kucherov, but you got to cut guys that add up to $10 million. You want Kucherov on your playoff roster, who you letting go?
I think you can do it that way, or you set your playoff roster. And you want an they may get cut or sent down on the last day of the regular season, if you know what I mean. That you set your roster with that cap, and that's your playoff roster.
Yeah, I'd want them to have to release the guys, quite frankly. That, if you want to kind of play this soft shell game, fine, but there will be a price to pay.
Yeah, again, what I'm saying is that you want to take him off the long-term IR, you do it before the playoffs start. And you have your cap right then. Right. So you can't do it 2 weeks in.
But Boston at home tonight, 6.5-point favorites are the Celtics. Panthers at home tomorrow night. Favorites to hoist Lord Stanley's Cup for the first time. What's your feeling, by the way, about the whole teams in hockey who play in states with no state tax? The Nashville Predators benefit by this too. Obviously, the Stars benefit by it in Dallas. Both the Lightning and the Panthers benefit by it. That's what people are talking about. We're on a run here. Vegas, I believe, there's no state tax in Nevada. Okay, we're on a bit of a run here where teams are getting to the finals. And the feeling is they have an advantage in free agency because they can literally offer $1 million less a year than what name a team in a state that's got a, decent tax, whether it be California, New York, what have you. And literally the Panthers and the Lightning and the Stars and Vegas can offer $1 million or so less per year. And when you figure out the taxes, it's the same. And then they have that advantage. You sign 4 guys, I sign 4 guys. Essentially, I'm signing them for $4 million less. Okay, now I've got room under the cap to go get a second-line defenseman or a, second-line winger.
Well, it'll affect the Canadian teams even more.
Mm-hmm.
Probably affects Montreal more than any other team. Because Quebec taxes, if I remember right, are ridiculously high.
My gut feeling, and I understand hockey's the only one with the hard cap. So there's really no way to wiggle around this. But Mark, I don't know if I, in essence, want to get state legislatures involved in the NHL salary cap and power structure. So if a state legislature all of a sudden meets and they need to raise taxes or what have you, okay, it's going to cost my hockey team a player or 2. It's going to cost them in free agency. I don't know. I agree it's a real issue. It's a benefit. There's no doubt. There's no
Nope.
doubt the Lightning and the Panthers and all those teams benefit.
Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-50.
Well, Pop and Jake, isn't it the same thing? Because actually, if Stamkos can get 8 million with the Lightning and the Rangers have to pay him 9 or 9.5 from a tax standpoint for it to be the same amount of money, I mean, how do you describe that? I would describe it as the Lightning have more money to spend because if the cap's 84 million, the Rangers just had to spend 1.5 million more a year to get the same player for the same amount of take-home money. That means the Lightning have an extra 1.5 million. So, because believe me, all those guys took less than what the market would have gotten them. All of them. Vasilevsky, Kucherov, Hedman, Stamkos, they all took less.
Good news is it's not that big of a deal in the last hour when we take breaks. So,
Right. My buddy's an Orioles fan. His son's 15th birthday is Wednesday. They're going to Orioles Yankees Wednesday for his birthday.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So as early as 9:30 is when the Supreme Court could make their announcement. "95% of the time, they just say status quo." But our legal guy there, his gut feeling is they're going to, at the very least, take on the case.
Oh no!
What?
During DeChambeau's putt, the NBC Cleveland affiliate runs a weather warning. You couldn't see the putt go in.
Oh no! That's when you have to have the ability to take that crawl and move it to the top.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Diamond District bonus hour for the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. All coming up in a little more than 15 minutes time. Hey, what do you do if you're Major League Baseball? Because you got 6 division races and you only got one really good one. I mean, Phillies lead the Braves by 8. I mean, don't you think that sucker's over? I know it's the Braves. They got a lot of injuries, though. No Acuna for the year, no Strider for the year. I mean, the Phillies aren't the Mets. You know, the Braves trailed the Mets by like 10 or so games 2 years ago in the same spot. Phillies ain't the Mets.
You know, it's a wild idea. What if you had a split season?
You know, a lightning bolt really should come down and hit you. Okay. All right. Not a fatal shot or anything, but like a Lee Trevino shot, which maybe bothers your back for the rest of your life.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. If you're just new to the show, David's been advocating for a split season in baseball for as long as I've known him.
At least a dozen years on air. Yes, but longer, going back to actually the mid-90s. Dodgers are up 8 on the Padres.
That's done.
8.5 on Arizona and San Francisco. Okay. Seattle's up 8.5 on Texas. They just swept the Rangers. Texas's injuries. They're 5 below 500. They're 9 up on the Astros, who ate $30 million and cutting Jose Abreu over the weekend. I mean, the Yankees and Orioles are tied in the loss column. They're separated by 1.5 games. They begin a 3-game series tomorrow in New York. We have a feeling this sucker will go down. You know, they're both plus-minus mark, run differential, both over 100. You know, 2 pretty evenly matched teams. Garrett Cole coming back for the Yankees. Orioles actually have just lost a starter, maybe for the year. Baltimore's got the best farm system in baseball. They could go get pitching. But the new owner has not shown a willingness to spend yet. This will be his first opportunity at the trade deadline to give his general manager the okay or the incentive to, hey, go make it happen. We can win a World Series. Then again, he's also thinking, hell, we could win a World Series any one of the next 5 years. Don't do anything crazy. But Cleveland's up 5 on the Royals, 5.5 on the Twins. That one's probably still a rate.
I would say the Central's still in play. But David, when you start looking at the run differential there, Cleveland is plus 86. The Royals are close, but the Twins are only plus 16.
Right. And they just acquired all of that in the last 4-game sweep of the A's.
Right.
Right. The Twins are 8 over 500, but their analytics say that
they're
500 not quite that good. Right.
Right.
They're 3 up on the Red Sox for the final playoff spot, for what it's worth. But then that's the other thing. If you're baseball, can you really sell the wild card? Because that's really what you have to sell. Besides the Yankees, Orioles, you're selling the wild card. Mark, can you sell Minnesota versus Boston? Can you sell is Toronto finally going to get it together? Tampa, Texas, Houston,
David,
Detroit.
Here's the problem. You can try to sell it all you want, but when you look at the National League, right now, the battle for the last playoff spots between Washington and San Diego. They're both a game below 500.
Oh, I know. There's only 4 teams above 500 in the National League. The Cardinals are the 5 seed. They're 500. Now, because of it, Mark, you've got 8+ teams that are in it.
Including your Mets, David. They've been on a little bit of a roll.
Oh, I know, Mark.
They're right back in it.
Oh, they sure are, Mark. Game and a half out of the playoffs. Yeah, they're 4 below 500.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Our Reds are right in it, David.
With a plus run differential. I'm telling you, I'm still betting on the Reds to make the playoffs.
Well, David, if they get our over, they're going to be in the playoffs the way things are going.
But, I mean, can you sell that? I mean, if you're Fox, can you be putting these games on? If you know what I mean? I mean, that's now it's why, and I know it's not going to happen anytime soon, if ever, and you mock me all you want. But, man, if you're baseball, I mean, outside of the Yankees and Orioles battling over the next 3 weeks to who wins the first half title and an automatic spot in the playoffs, I mean, wouldn't you want to re-rack this sucker in 3 weeks?
You would, David. And I think what you have to do if you're showing baseball is you have to show a lot of Dodgers, you show a lot of Phillies, you show a lot of Yankees, you show a lot of Orioles, and you try to get people excited about what could be in a World Series. That's what I'm selling, because you can't sell mediocrity to the American public and try to pass it off as good sports. You can't. We're smarter than that now as a sports fan.
Well, I agree. For what it's worth, the last 3 weeks of the first half of the season would be nothing but division games in my world. And I would come out of, whether you call it the All-Star break or 4th of July weekend, whatever, I would come out of it with nothing but interleague play. For whatever reason, fans seem to like it. Attendance goes up in interleague games. For whatever reason, it does better TV and attendance numbers than the run-of-the-mill game, if you will. You're better off having an interleague game than you are a team from the AL East playing a team from the AL West. You'd actually do better if the team from the AL East played someone from the NL Central. That's what the numbers have shown. And we've been doing interleague baseball now a quarter of a century. More than that, actually. So that's what I would do, Mark. June would basically be last half of June, first week of July, be nothing but division games. Kind of like the NFL. Last 2 weeks of the regular season, nothing but division games. And then I'd come out of it and I'd start the second half, 3 weeks of fun. I'd have the guys come to town who don't normally come to town. It's
You
summer.
probably even have them wear their city jerseys.
God, I hate those. You're killing me today. You really are. You are absolutely stabbing me in the neck. Unbelievable. And you know you're doing it too. You're having fun, aren't you?
I am. I'm
Now,
having a little bit of fun.
I want to decorate the inside of your car now. During the commercial break, I swear. If I was in studio with you, you've got stuff you have to do during the break. I don't. I would do something to the interior of your car during
That's
the
why
break.
it's always locked when it's in the lot, David. That's why it's always locked. Hey, quick little sidebar because we do our thing here at the end. But if you were watching the U.S. Open in Cleveland yesterday, you didn't see Bryson's putt go in.
What are you talking about?
The NBC affiliate was running an excessive heat crawl
Oh, no, bottom of the screen.
on the bottom of the screen, and you literally could not. I watched the putt during the break. You could not see the putt go into the hole.
Could you see the putt when he had his putter behind it?
Well, you can see his, like when they show it from the angle, they showed the actual putt.
So the putt gets like halfway there and then you lose it?
You lose it in the crawl.
Now, I will say a split second later, he starts.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know what happens, but watching it live, you have to wait for his reaction to see whether or not the ball went in the hole. I mean, when the object of the game, David,
Right, is to
is
see
for the ball to go in the hole.
Right, that's what we're watching for.
Right.
Right.
That's putting a crawl up where it's going over the end zone, and you don't see the guy go into the end zone for the touchdown, but you see the celebration.
All right, Mark. So who had a worse day? The NBC affiliate in Cleveland screwing that up, or Rory ditching everybody 6 minutes after Bryson made the putt and leaving and not talking?
It's Rory. But apparently that's okay.
He can do whatever he wants, man.
It's Rory.
Right.
He does no wrong, except for, well, missing 2 putts in the last 3 holes of a major golf tournament to lose. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like
The Seminole tribe, the case will not be heard.
Really?
Denies the request to hear the case on its merits. The Seminole tribe will retain exclusive statewide control over legal sports betting until 2051.
Okay, then.
Now, Daniel Wallach does think other states' cases will eventually, that the Supreme Court will end up
Having to hear something on this because other states.
yeah, we'll have, but I am very surprised. I thought they'd at least hear the case. They just changed DIGRA.
Yeah. Oh, that's not good.
Apparently it was 8-1. Kavanaugh was the only dissenter.
Wow.
I thought it'd at least be 6-3.
Oh, that's great. Any of you guys hiring?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. 16 until we're done talking. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Daniel Wallach. We think he's the best one out there following sports betting, sports law. He's got the Conduct Detrimental podcast, Mark. He sent out a post just a handful of minutes ago. Breaking news. U.S. Supreme Court rejects bid to topple online sports betting in Florida, denying the request by West Flagler Associates to hear the case on the merits. As a result, the Seminole tribe will retain exclusive statewide control over legal sports betting in Florida until 2051.
Well, Daniel Wallach did not think that would happen. Throughout this, he thought this case was always going to make it to the Supreme Court, and that is obviously not the case now. That means you'll be able to gamble in Florida, but it means you won't have any options.
Nope. It'll be Hard Rock app, and that's it. Justice Kavanaugh was apparently the only justice to want to hear the case. For what it's worth, we thought the court would want to hear the case. We didn't know if they'd overturn it, but we thought that since this case changes federal law, that we thought the Supreme Court would want to weigh in authoritatively and say either they're for it or they're against it. But obviously, this is a way for them to say they're for it. 8 of the 9 justices going, nah, don't even need to hear the case. And I believe you need 4 of the justices to say, no, I want to hear this case. So Hard Rock App, Seminole Tribe, with a sports betting monopoly in the 3rd most populous state in the country, online anyway, for 30 years.
And with California not having legalized gambling in a lot of the same situations, you wonder if they will try something similar.
Well, and also in the states where you currently have options, if there are tribes in that state, won't they try to monopolize? Won't they try to make their own deal?
I don't know if you can go backward on that.
All depends on, I guess, the political weight of the tribe. We
Right.
know in the state of Florida, the Seminole tribe's got real political weight. And they and Governor DeSantis changing federal law, and after losing, getting about midway through the federal court system, and they got the win. And it's been upheld every step of the way, and now essentially upheld by the Supreme Court by saying, no, we're cool with it. We're good. We don't need to hear the case. Not good, by the way, for sports radio stations around the state. For obvious reasons. Because if it's open to the masses,
right, the FanDuels, the DraftKings,
they're going to spend money. And instead now, Seminole Tribe pick and choose where they spend their advertising dollar, and that's the only sports gaming money. And if you're in the other 40 states in which you have legalized sports betting, have you listened to the commercial breaks on the sports radio stations? Yeah. Over half of the content is fantasy gambling. So not a good 10 minutes for Miller and Moulton. Let's be brutally honest about that. Not a good 10 minutes at all.
No, pretty lousy.
Yeah.
And now I don't have the computer to work to play the little gadget to give us a couple seconds. But now's when we do that. Today was the day when.
Well, and fortunately, Mark, because of this decision, we won't have the money to be able to get the new computer either.
There you have it. But we start in 1880 today. I thought this was an interesting factoid, David. John M. Ward throws a perfect game. It was the second one in the National League in 6 days. It would take 84 years for the next perfect game in the National League.
Huh. Jim Bunning? 64?
Yeah.
Wow. By the way, I believe it was Father's Day doubleheader at Shea against the Mets. In the first game of the doubleheader, he threw a perfect game.
Statue of Liberty shows up in New York today in 1885.
That was a really good deal for us. That's a good deal. I mean, I think better than the Bucks Baker Mayfield contract.
Ooh. Jack wins his first major, the U.S. Open today in 1962, taking down Arnie in an 18-hole playoff.
Yeah, that was very popular. It was Western PA, within 20 minutes of where Arnie grew up. Arnie was the king. He was still Fat Jack, hadn't won a PGA Tour event yet. That's what they literally called him, Fat Jack. So don't yell at me. That's what they called him that on the air. Right. Very popular win.
Johnny Miller shoots his 63 at Oakmont today in 73.
Also, who was in the final group that day? Arnie. Another very popular win.
Today, the ABA announced its merger with the NBA. The Nets, the Spurs, the Nuggets, and the Pacers would all join the league today in 1976.
And yet, who do we think got the best deal?
That would be the Spirit of St. Louis, David.
Because they didn't get to join the league. They just got paid 40 years of royalties.
What are they? 1/13 of the NBA's TV deal in perpetuity.
Right. And like 7-8 years ago, they agreed to settle, and we were like, "Why? It's like you won the lottery. Why?"
The Police, the band The Police, released Synchronicity today in 1983, their last studio album. It was a monster.
It really was, and they didn't tour it, right?
Yeah, they did. Oh, yeah.
They
toured and then they broke up.
Gotcha.
Payne Stewart won the Open today in 91, one of his two. Today in 94, we were all glued to the television.
Split screen for me because I was trying to watch Game 5 of the NBA Finals.
Most everybody else was watching a white Bronco travel slowly on LA highways. Back to Brentwood. Today in 2008, Boston beats LA in 6 for their 17th title.
Haven't won one since.
2010, the Lakers would beat Boston in 7 for their 16th title. And today in 2018, Koepka goes back to back. Barry Manilow is 81 today. Dave Concepcion is 76. Mike Milbury, 72. Venus Williams, 44. And rapper Kendrick Lamar is 37. What did I miss, David?
44, and she still hasn't retired,
Right.
She's not playing much anymore, but she still is not officially retired. Well, a couple of noteworthy things. Battle of Bunker Hill today, baby, 1775.
It's a biggie.
Yeah, it got us on the map. It did.
It's a biggie.
And we're not going anywhere. You think of us as a mid-major. No, this is a first-round tournament game, okay? Yeah. You may be Kentucky and we're Oakland. We can shoot the three. You got it? Yeah. By the way, 52 years ago today, they arrested a bunch of burglars in D.C. You know, the Watergate burglars? Nothing ever came of that. Nothing to see here.
All right. That leads us into the thing we do, the good, the bad, the ugly, but without music again today.
Right. Brought to you by the Seminole Hard Rock app. No?
Don't I wish?
Right.
Don't I wish? We go to North Carolina for the good today, where Surf City Police announced on Facebook that there was a loose monkey, David. But fortunately, the loose monkey had been caught and reunited with its owner. Great shot of the sheriff holding the monkey, giving him back to his owner. Obviously, you can have monkeys there. And the monkey got away and was found.
Okay, so that's what you meant by loose monkey. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if it
Loose monkey.
If it was a monkey who,
Right.
Was
slept around a little bit.
Exactly. A frisky monkey.
Very,
right.
It's a very frisky monkey right there.
Right.
For the bad, we go to Colorado, where a Colorado lawyer agreed to plead guilty to 3 cases of different DUIs that she had received within 18 months. When the attorney, Denise Kay, showed up for her sentencing, the judge questioned whether or not she was under the influence and ordered her to submit a breath test. She showed up for her DUI case with a breath alcohol content of 0.324.
Holy blank. That is runk.
That is runk. He sent her directly to jail. She did not pass go, nor did she collect $200. And finally, the ugly, we go to Cape Coral, where Juan Lago got into an accident and kept right on it going. Well, he didn't keep going right away. He stopped, and a maintenance worker came out as the lady he hit had come out of her car. He argued with her. A man on the scene said he walked up to try to help out. That's when Juan pulled a knife on him. Juan put the knife back and then hit the guy in the face, took off in his truck, made it to a Circle K before police in Cape Coral were able to meet up with him. That's where he was arrested for 3 counts of DUI and a bunch of other crimes as well, with the punching and knife. One of Cape Coral's finest goes down yesterday, 38-year-old Juan Lago. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today on, what is today? June the 17th, rather.
Right.
2024.
June the 17th. We have 9 Major League Baseball games tonight. Not one of them involves two teams with a winning record. Now, you got a couple of instances where you got good teams against teams that are a game below 500, like Phillies hosting the Padres. What's the other one? I mean, Red Sox with a slightly above 500 at the one below 500 Toronto. Things like that. But 9 games, nobody with a winning record. For what it's worth, Marlins in action tonight. They host the Cardinals, who are 500 and would be the 5 seed in the National League playoffs if the playoffs started today. And by the way, the Mets are in Texas, and the Mets have a better record than the defending World Series champion Rangers, 70-plus games into the season.
Olivia Dunn's boyfriend's on the hill for the Pirates tonight.
Oh.
Against our Reds.
Okay. He got a standing ovation his last start on the road. So, college baseball today and tonight, 2:00 today, Gators facing elimination. They're taking on NC State. They win, they get to keep playing. They lose, they're done. A&M and Kentucky, 7:00 tonight on the 4-Letter Network. So 4-Letter Network for college baseball at 2 and 7:00. All right, ABC. Coverage begins at 8. They won't tip till a little after 8:30. Celtics and Mavs. Boston, a 6.5-point favorite, going for title number 18 on the 16th anniversary of title number 17.
I say they get it tonight. I say they cover as well, David.
By the way, if Boston wins, who do you think is voted finals MVP? I think it's Jaylen Brown.
I do too. You beat me to it.
It could be Holiday. It could be, but I think it'll be Jaylen Brown.
Brown's been a little more electric. I do think part of the best player tonight will have a shot at it, if you know what I mean, in the closeout game.
Help me out here. We'll talk about this a little more tomorrow. Panthers will be going for their first ever cup. But heading into Saturday night, I thought, well, if the Panthers sweep, Bob is going to win the Conn Smythe. Goalie, he's going to win it. Won his last 7 games if they had won Saturday night, blah, blah, blah. But they got bombed. Do you think this brings Barkov back into play for Conn Smythe?
Because he had a really good game 3, and he's obviously had a tremendous playoff.
Yeah.
So I'm right there with you. The 8-1, I thought, and with Barkov's game 3, I think it's between the two of them.
But I really do think that Barkov now has a real shot. That the hockey writers and voters will have a hard time giving the Conn Smythe to a goalie that just, got bombed in a period and a half and gave up 5 goals. But we'll see. We'll worry about that tomorrow. So there you have it. Supreme Court rules that what we have in Florida with the Hard Rock app, we're going to have for the next 27 years. Miller and Moulton. Let's do this again tomorrow, shall we? MillerandMoulton.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today.